to the world map. You guys had just kind of finished exploring the Mausoleum of Bash at the Rib of the World. You decided what you want to do next, and you discussed a few options and decided to head south towards Larval Fen. You had an encounter with a friendly little bug who just wanted to be part of the family, and none of you were very understanding at all. But that's
Fuck off
okay.
with that.
Deeply not understanding.
Very, very not understanding. There was a confrontation. It was awkward. But then you continued to travel, and you saw, as kind of the sun was setting on Wednesday, two islands off in the distance. One looked pretty verdant, green, but had this strange cloud that Norda was able to determine was some sort of wildlife that was hovering over it. And then there was also one that was very icy, snowy, or white, but it had these large, bright blue, light-emitting objects. And you kind of had your choice of which coast that you wanted to kind of veer closer towards. And you decided to start heading towards the icy one. It is getting pretty late. It's probably like 7:38. You guys can. It's pretty late. You guys can sail through the night. Flick and Moat have been kind of rotating between day and night. Which one of you, and I don't remember for sure, which one of you sails during the day and which one of you sails during the night? Do you remember?
Believe Moat is day and I am night.
Okay, perfect. So Flick's shift is about to start in about like 2 or 3 hours, which is probably going to be a little bit after you get to the coast of this island. So let me see here.
I know we had intermittent shifts where Ace and Gale would take over as well, I believe. That's why we had the adjustable steering wheel.
That's right.
That
That's
does
right.
nothing.
Yeah, kind of spreading it around. And honestly, everybody who's tried out this ship has determined that it's not terribly difficult to control, mostly because the elemental is doing all the hard work. You kind of just have to will it where you want to go, and it does it. With that said, the elemental is blind in there, so you still have to steer it. But the steering is very precise. It's very easy to control. However, as Moat is starting to approach, as the sun is kind of setting on the horizon, you all begin to notice the ship is moving a lot faster than it has been any of the time that you've been on it before. Speed doesn't make people fall over, but acceleration does, and there are moments where you can almost feel the ship kind of shift under your feet as it gets like a boost of speed. And as you start to look out on the horizon, especially you, Flick, because you're very comfortable with sailing and gauging the speed that you're moving, even out on the vast open ocean, you can tell that you're going really, really, really fast compared to how fast you've been sailing. And Moat seems to recognize it as well. He says he's not doing anything different. It just kind of seems like the ship is sailing really fast for some reason. You do also notice that it is getting very cold as you approach this island, and there's a little bit of a mist that rolls off of this tall white peak, and it creates this blanket that spreads for probably like a good maybe 2 or 3 mile radius around the coast of this island, that just kind of blankets the entire ocean in this cold fog.
I think we should consider turning around.
Yeah, probably would be for the best. I mean, I don't know why we're going this fast. We haven't before, so it seems like it's bad, maybe? I don't know. And fog usually isn't good either.
And it looks awful cold over there.
It does, and I'm wondering if something down there is pulling us in.
Moat, who is still currently at the ship, unless one of you guys wants to take the helm, he mentioned it doesn't, like, the ship is still under his control. It's still heading in kind of a straight line. He he just to test it, he tries pulling away a little bit, and the ship responds just fine.
I think maybe the air's just getting thin. Does it seem like the air is getting thinner?
Oh boy, that would, I guess, give me a perception check. Definitely a lot colder. Maybe a little bit. But that's just kind of, well, you haven't flown a whole lot before. You've noticed that the air gets a lot thinner anytime you're flying, and to you can't really tell the difference between now and any other time. It seems like it is as thin as it has been.
Gotcha.
Just colder.
I've never experienced anything like this, right? I guess the ocean would be different than the air, but
You can give me either a nature check. Are you proficient in nature?
I don't believe so. Let me check.
Yeah, if not, I'll let you apply your sailing proficiency to it. You can just make nature as if you're proficient.
Also, just in case people actually do want to watch, maybe we should announce that we're live now.
Oh, right, I have that typed up. I didn't submit it. There we go. We did it.
Good job.
We did it.
Really great.
Okay, you've encountered, cold temperatures at sea. You've encountered storms. You haven't encountered anything that makes an airship sail faster. At least nothing, that wasn't built into the ship itself. Yeah, you're not entirely sure. The only thing you can think of that makes a ship go faster is, either strong wind, if it's a sailing ship, but this isn't, or a stronger elemental, if it's an elemental ship.
You think something's got Sundowner riled up there?
You mean aside from his eternal imprisonment and torment?
Well, yeah.
Possibly.
Somebody able to talk to? I speak,
No
I
matter.
speak his language, but I don't have the magic for it.
I'll message up to Sundowner in the balloon, and I'll speak in Orin.
All right, what do you say? Are you thinking of your message, or did I cut out? Or did we lose Vasu?
He's dead.
Oh no, Vasu dies suddenly of a heart attack.
Well, that's terrible.
Hello?
Oh, there he is. Welcome back.
That was weird. I was like, okay, I've said it like twice. I don't know why you're. Is this a joke?
I couldn't hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna message up in Orin. I'll be like, hey, buddy, how you doing? How you feeling today? You're flying awfully fast.
This is a refreshing place. I feel empowered. I still serve at your command, as always, but this is a good place to serve.
Hey,
What,
you know what?
What is this place?
I'm not really sure. It looks real snowy, kind of cold. But I'm glad to hear you're feeling good. Maybe we can take a little pit stop here and let everybody stretch them.
Oh, that would
And then
be delightful.
I'll talk back to the buddy. He says he likes it here.
Is that a good thing?
I don't know. He says he's still under our servitude and whatnot. But he says this is a good place to be a slave.
A lot of people who are trying to escape would say that they're still under our control.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was gathering. But I didn't tell him that.
can't still hear you, can he?
No.
Okay, that's good.
I really hope not. Oh shit! I forgot to turn message off.
Thanks,
Is
Grandpa.
that how that works?
Like I'm still mic'd.
Oh, he's butt dialed me. How fortunate.
Hot mic. Do I see any birds around?
Give
Hi.
me give me a perception check.
I'm just gonna look for birds everywhere we go now.
Sure.
So that we can trick them into helping us and then kill them for food.
Basically. That's probably what Nordo's always used it for in his orc tribe.
Probably. Yeah, actually. So taking a look around, you don't see any birds from the direction of this island or directly ahead of you. But as you kind of look back towards the other island that you've kind of veered away from off in the distance, you do see that that large cloud has gotten a lot thinner and a lot wider. And you can start to see, now that it's kind of dispersed a bit, the telltale, like, fluid motions of an enormous flock of birds or animals or something like that. And it's way too far away to tell exactly what they are. But you do
Just
know...
a swarm of giant flying ticks.
You do know for sure that just based on how far away they are, whatever they are, they're huge, and there are a fuckload of them.
Yeah, more
All
ticks.
And you do see that every now and then, you see just like this, almost like a tornado forming in a storm, this line of gray dots, just barely visible as the sun sets, that dips down into the ocean, and then you can see white foam as all of these birds kind of pierce or breach into the ocean, disappear for a few seconds, and then burst back up. And
Okay.
again, this is all miles and miles and miles off in the distance, right at the horizon, but whatever it is, it's large enough that you can see it.
And you said that was in the direction of, like, Larval Fen down to the southeast?
That is coming from the east. It is the island that you guys chose to avoid as you approached Larval Fen.
Gotcha. Well, I think we made the right choice of avoiding that island. Now the question is if we made the right choice coming towards this one.
I feel like we're kinda in a lesser of two evils situation here.
What island?
Hey, he's here.
Hello.
You also
I
see...
got over my plot sickness.
You also see two humanoid birds and a shoe in your search for birds.
Shoe is hiding.
You don't see shoe. Well, you probably still do. That's a very good perception check. Anyway.
Vasu, do you understand me better when I cast Speak with Animals? It's not in character.
It should be. Like, uninformed racism is the cutest racism. Which is saying not much, because it's still a little racist. Anyway, before we go down that rabbit hole, over the next 10 or 15... That's true. We can't spiral wildly out of control. Over the next 10 or 15 minutes, the sun does kind of flash over the horizon. The last bit of orange gives way to just this pale bluish gray that will continue to fade over the next 20 or 30 minutes until it is dark. However, as the sun goes down, you do start to see in the direction of this island, which you are now probably only about 6 or 7 miles off the coast. You can see these enormous blue crystals, probably anywhere from 400 to 1,200 feet tall, that are just emanating this constant blue light that kind of just dots the horizon ahead of you and off of your starboard side.
Do they look like still stones?
Similar.
Like, enormous, obviously, but...
Yeah, based on what you've seen and what you've learned from Gale and Vasu explaining, they look the same, just enormous, and a little brighter than you would expect. These still stones have always given off light, but these are really, really bright. So much so that, like, you can, as you get closer, you can see that they are shining through a pretty steady layer of like snow and ice that is built up around them, and the light is bright enough to kind of pierce through that blanket of snow.
Okay, we gotta go check this place out, right?
I was supposed to ask you have anything like this in Eisenmar, Vasudeva?
I mean, we do, but I've never seen him like get this big outside of the caves. This is fucking wild. And they're just sitting there. Mo, take us closer.
And he does.
I understand the irony of me saying this, but nobody touch anything.
He's actually got a very good point.
Little orc, what's the orcish word for irony?
Irony. I really wanted to say someone's name, but I was.
Alanis Morissette.
Oh, jeez. All right, Moat, who, by the way, is about ready to kind of like wrap up his shift soon, kind of hands the reins over to Flick, says he's going to go nap for a little bit, and Flick, if you'd like, you can take this. You're about 3 miles off the coast right now, so you can take it inland or you can follow the coast. Kind of up to you.
Yeah, I recommend keeping a bit of a distance. Maybe just fly over, see what we can see without passing too low.
Sure, we can try that. So, move in a little closer, but not too close. Up higher.
Okay, cool. You are a skilled professional. You know the dangers of flying near tall objects and mountains in pitch black. You move very slowly. You kind of slow your pace, and you do kind of try to sail by the light of these crystals as best as you can. Just because it's better to see the things you're going to run into and the things illuminated by them instead of smacking into a mountain in the pitch black. But you
Is it pitch black even with my dark vision?
So your dark vision has a range of 60 feet.
Okay.
And also, even within that 60 feet, you still have disadvantage on perception. Like, dark vision is, it's like a last-ditch hunting thing. It's not great for sailing. Or at least not for long-range sight. With that said, you're faring a lot better than anyone else does. And the ship is equipped with lanterns and light that illuminate probably maybe a good 80 or 100 feet around it, which at normal speeds would be enough to make a last-minute change of course. But you do notice as soon as Moat hands over the reins of this thing, he's intentionally dialed it back for the purpose of safety, but, like, it's moving. It's like you've just stepped into one of the most powerful airships that you've been on. And that's true. Nomad, I believe he cut 3 of them? 2 or 3 of them?
Something like that.
Something like that. And they got a pretty decent radius. I think those are 40-40, so there's like another 80. Another 80 feet of this just eerie green light.
Perfect.
Go ahead and give me a sailing check. You can do, I'll call this either Dex or Wisdom. Either would be appropriate here.
As he's sailing, can I just keep a lookout for danger?
Sure. Hey, go and give me a perception check.
Actually, that should be a disadvantage.
Oh, right. Okay, there are a couple instances where, like, a spire just kind of seems to pop up out of nowhere, but Flick does a very good job of navigating the ship. It is almost kind of a treat to go through this obstacle course with this super-powered airship all of a sudden. And Nordo is kind of keeping a lookout, and you do notice, Nordo, that over the next hour or two, as the night sets, it gets just frigid. The wind starts to pick up a lot. You do see that a bunch of very large, clumpy, fluffy snowflakes begin to sort of drift down around you and the ship, kind of making a thin blanket on the ship, which the kobolds, or at least Chi-Chi, has probably never seen snow before.
I was about to say, and Ordo is like, Flick, what's this?
Yeah.
It's snow. Have you never seen snow before?
Can't say as I have. You have?
Once or twice. I don't see it very often, but I've sailed places that've had it before. Basically, when it's really cold, if it's instead of rain, it freezes and becomes this instead. Well, sometimes it's hail and that hurts, but this is the good hail, basically.
Good hail. Got it. I've never been anywhere this cold before in my life.
Chi-Chi kind of comes out onto the deck, looking a little sleepy, and at first looks kind of entranced, but then this big snowflake hits him like right in the eye. He's like, "Ah, it burns!" And he runs inside and starts panicking.
It's alright, Blast Death Dragon. That's the good hail.
God.
Oh boy.
Gale also joins in the screaming, like ranting about how the sky is attacking. You've angered the sky gods. They're real.
Maybe y'all should just go down below deck, keep yourselves warm.
Elise looks similarly entranced. She's just got this twinkle in her eye that makes it very obvious that she's probably never seen snow before. She seems to actually get like a little bit emotional over it. She doesn't say anything, but she gets real quiet and she gets this twinkle in her eye. And eventually she just kind of goes over to the railing and just watches out over all of this for a little while. Okay.
Nordo like walks up next to her, just catches a snowflake in his hand, and for like the couple seconds before it melts, he just points at her and just says really slowly, "Good hail."
Good hail. She does her best to mimic it. It actually takes, it stays on your hand for a decent bit because you're cold-blooded. And actually, you would probably feel a little bit sluggish in all this, but you're well-fed and you've probably got something good to keep you going for a little bit. But snow doesn't melt super fast on you, or Gale for that matter.
I pat her on the shoulder, then I head below deck to start making some soup.
As you're turning around, though, with your 13, you do spot, before everyone else, because you were actively keeping watch, that a little bit ahead of you, and kind of maybe 2 o'clock from your heading, a little off to the right, there is this enormous crystal, like the others that you've seen, but you imagine this thing probably has to be maybe 2.5, 3 miles tall, and
Jesus.
about 1.5 miles wide. And you spot it just as it kind of breaches in through the snowstorm that is slowly building around you. You see this just wall of pale blue light, and as you get a little bit closer and closer, you can see that there is a shape inside of this massive blue spire. And at first it's a little unclear, but as you all kind of take a closer look and approach it, you see, man, it's kind of hard to say. It's like this long, spiny, almost skeletal-looking shape. Maybe like an enormous serpent or an enormous bird or a dragon or something like that. Like it has just been frozen or fossilized inside of this crystal. The whole thing is probably 250 feet long, whatever it was. And it just seems to be kind of stuck or frozen inside of this crystal that has been built around it.
You ever see something like that before, Vasadiva? And any of your stones at home?
Nah. I ain't never seen nothing like that. Usually the stones don't have stuff in them.
What do you suppose it is? Dragon?
I don't know. But I'm a little afraid that I want to find out. I mean, look at the size of that fucking thing.
Yeah, I can't say as I do either. presumably I don't recognize like what kind of creature this is.
Oh boy. You could give me nature or arcana. And while he's doing that, what's up, Ace?
About this point, Ace comes from below deck and just like, ah, yes, snow. And he just like flops on the ground and starts making snow angels.
Nicole's like, no, you're too young, not like this.
I start going like I'm dying. Help me! My energy, and I just like collapse.
They start fighting over who's going to go out and save you. Eventually, not idiot draws the short stick, and they just shove him out. And he panics and runs out and kind of grabs you and starts dragging you back into the stern castle.
When I get back inside, I give him a hug. I'm like, "You're my hero," and I give him a kiss on the cheek, and then run back outside.
What are you doing? No! Nordo, as you take a closer look, you've had a lot of experience hunting. You're a survivalist. You recognize animal types. This appears to be an enormous bird of some sort. You can tell it's very scrunched up. It looks like it is in an awkward position. This is, if it was alive, it would be very uncomfortable and probably in a lot of pain. But it looks to be the bones of some enormous bird of some sort. Maybe a rock. You've at least heard of a rock.
Gotcha.
And I'll be right back. Food just got here. Talk amongst yourselves.
I haven't seen snow in a long time. I throw a snowball at Nordo.
Make an attack roll.
Yeah. Fire away.
Is it an improvised attack roll or what?
Seems like an improvised weapon to me. Just
Yeah.
dex.
I think I'm
Are
proficient.
you proficient in snowballs?
Who isn't? So just be like a
Just
dex.
Yeah.
Do I have advantage because he hasn't acted yet?
Give me a stealth check if you want to try to get a surprise hit on him. You gotta beat his passive, which I think is 16.
17 now.
17? Oh my god. Oh no, he sees it coming. He's ready.
Ooh, that's just enough. AC 17.
How much? What do I roll for? Damn, I'm kidding. I don't do any damage.
There's no damage. You do hit him square on
Aha!
the back of the head, though.
What was that for, little orc?
It's a game. Hit me, and I just like with a snowball. And I just start like bouncing back and forth. And then I
Say
make another
hit
one.
me, and hand goes for the quarterstaff, but then you say with a snowball, and I take a second to reach down and make one.
It's good packing snow. It's real good. It's very wet.
Is a snowball a monk weapon? I am proficient with all simple... Oh no, that's not ranged. Disregard.
Are you proficient with slings or darts?
Slings
No.
are a simple.
I'm a ranger proficient in every weapon known to man, and I didn't get to have proficiency added to a snowball.
Okay, you can add
My
it.
only argument.
Your hit is still a hit.
Mine's
You
not.
miss. And then I start building a small little fort, a little wall. We gotta make defenses now. And I get Elise to come help me.
Elise is happy to join. She will get in on the snowball fight.
Is the snow falling this fast that he can build a fort?
Like, I'm 3 foot tall.
So the
Oh,
fort,
yeah.
fort might
I'm
be
building like a foot tall wall, and it's good enough for me.
fort might be a little bit of a stretch, but with that said, this weather is picking up unnaturally fast, and you've been at sea enough to know that like this is probably much faster than any natural snowstorm.
Is this good for the ship?
Definitely not.
Snow or what's his name? Sundowner seems to be enjoying it.
I meant more weight wise.
Even more reason for it to definitely not be good for the ship.
All right. Perhaps we should start pushing the snow off the top of the deck.
Yeah, I'll start working on that. Just shoveling snow with my hands, I guess.
I'm assuming we have brooms and buckets and other things we can use to make this easier.
You guys did stop by Thorngrove and specifically bought like sailing equipment, so yes, you guys are well stocked.
How easily can I blow away the snow with like gust?
Oh, with gust, easy
I was
peasy.
trying to find the page on how those kind of cantrips evolved, and I think gust got like a bigger. It got stronger, I think. So I'm just gonna basically be a snowblower, blow all the snow off.
Excellent.
Gale comes out with a weird like backpack that has a wheel, almost like a water wheel on the back, and he starts like pedaling it and starts scooping up snow into a little like basket, and then she starts firing it off the ship.
Excellent. And yeah, Gale, they're prepared, right? Yeah, they're totally prepared.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Sick. Yeah, it makes a little thing.
Excellent. Alright, as you guys are kind of wrapping up the snowball fight, and everybody's laughing and having a good time, and all is right with the world, and nothing could possibly go wrong. It's probably about 11 o'clock. Some of you guys are getting sleepy. It's been dark for a couple hours now. But there is suddenly this... Boy, it's kind of just like a shockwave. And it doesn't do any damage, but you all feel it as just this ripple kind of passes out from this enormous, the large blue crystal wall that Norda has spotted, which is now pretty much directly to your east, maybe a mile and a half off in the distance. You just see this little pulse of faint blue energy that ripples out from it and across your ship. And through all of you, you feel it in your chest as just kind of this low thump. And it blows some of the snow back in a way. And some of the lighter ones of you actually probably do at least kind of struggle to stay on your feet a little bit. But then everything gets really eerily quiet for a few moments. And then all at once, you hear the wind around you just start to howl. And you see the snow picks up. It gets very dense very quickly. And it gets just frigid cold. You see the fog down on the ground around you start to rapidly rise and build in these just tumbling, churning clouds that are slowly kind of getting up to the altitude of the ship.
Alright, I probably should pull away from this. Yeah? Yeah.
Alright, you start to grab the ship, pull it away from all of this, and it reacts very quickly. You can tell that Sundowner is still empowered by whatever is happening here. However, I need to do a thing.
Oh, not a thing.
Vasu, can you give me a charisma saving throw? For no particular reason.
I was about to say, what did I miss?
Delightful.
Look at Mode's saving throw though when someone else
Hey.
rolls for him.
Who got inspiration last session?
That's a good question. It's a very valid and important question.
I think I was the only vote, and I gave it to Nomad and Mode.
There is exactly one vote, so Nomad and Moat have inspiration. And it's too late now, fuckers.
Okay. So neither of the people that are here.
Correct.
All right. I rolled a 5.
Sick. Hang on, I'm checking to see if Moat already has it. He does. If you would like to take Moat's inspiration, you can.
I think I will.
Okay.
Anybody else object?
You guys are fire bros now.
Yeah, Fire Bros
Yeah.
should their inspiration.
Yeah.
I object just because I think it's funnier. But
That's totally fair. But I'm gonna reroll it anyway because this scares me.
Alright, give me a go.
Yeah.
Delightful. Alright. Vasu, for about 3 or 4 seconds, I don't know if you've ever experienced like a visual migraine or an aura, where you just get this rainbow of colors that seems to tear itself in the center of your vision and spread until you're effectively blinded by just this rainbow of shimmering light. But you get that as this wave passes through you for about 3 or 4 seconds, and then it goes away, and everything seems to kind of go back to normal for about 10 seconds. And then all of you, even those of you who are very sleepy and have terrible perception, hear, coming from maybe, it's hard to say, but it's from behind you for sure, this enormous, loud roar of some massive creature. Gale, you've heard very similar roars from very large creatures in your past. It reminds you a whole lot of things that you've heard back in Storm Cellar.
Great. Gale was just in the middle of like sticking a candle on his head like a WoW kobold just to keep warm. And that's immediately disrupted. He's gonna I guess arm himself to the teeth and go to the above deck.
Nomad's here.
Hey, Nomad's here. Good
Hey,
morning.
Nomad's here.
Are those awful neck-sucking creatures still around?
No, but we
No,
got a
we've
new
got
kind
an
of
even
company.
worse. We have an even worse neck-sucking creature.
Do I see anything looking in the direction of the sound?
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Can I
Disadvantage.
see again?
Yeah, your vision, it only did that for a few seconds, and then you're back to normal.
Can I make a perception check too?
Sure.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah, all of you guys hit me with perception checks.
16.
Disadvantage if you have dark vision.
That is
Disadvantage if you have dark vision. If you
Yeah.
don't have dark vision.
If you don't have dark vision, you just fail. It's like you can see everything on your ship, but that's about it.
So, but if I do have it, I have disadvantage then.
Correct, yeah.
I don't have dark vision.
Lame.
Everything's lagging. Sorry.
Oh, it's going to get even laggier in a second. I'm sure everyone's going to hate it.
Oh no.
But I'm real proud of it, so I have to show it for at least like 10 seconds before I turn it off.
Excellent. Well, here's my perception check with disadvantage.
Okay, perfect. So I think the highest one there is Yule with the 16, is that right? It looks right. It looks like Vasu tied with the 16.
I don't have dark vision.
Oh, right. Okay.
Well, I just don't actually see shit.
But you're part cat.
Yeah, I'm a cat from like the waist down. I don't get the dark vision part.
That makes sense. You do have the ears though. Can you hear in the dark?
Yes, very well.
Oh, there we go.
I don't think the darkness has ever impeded anyone's hearing. As you guys are watching and listening, and as Flick kind of takes Sundowner and just starts bolting away from this as fast as you can, you hear one or two more distant roars, and one seems to get a lot closer. And those of you with good hearing hear just these massive, heavy wing beats. But you still see nothing in the darkness, and as the snow starts to get thicker and thicker and thicker. And then another 25 or 30 seconds pass, and you hear another one, but it seems to be farther. Like it's kind of looked in the wrong direction, and it's scouting around, it's trying to figure out. You're not really even sure if it's aware of you. It just seems like it was activated or awoken by possibly that ping of force that went out from the crystal. What's up, Ace?
Oh, I was just gonna be like, should we activate the cloaking device?
Yes, I
Gale?
was just about to.
Alright, good call.
Break the glass.
Gale breaks
Break
the glass.
We have a cloak.
Smash as loud as I can.
Alright. You punch this cloaking device, which adds a 10 to your stealth checks.
I don't punch it, Jesus. Not a.
I gently activate it because I'm not
No,
a
I
monster.
take out a hammer because I have a fucking hammer.
Oh, this is actually meant to be broken.
Yeah.
I decided not to put it into glass because that would be stupid for a stealth device.
No,
That's
I
fair.
put it in a glass covering so that nobody would accidentally activate it.
Why don't you just put a wooden door over it, like a little wooden like?
Well, then
Container.
nobody would see
Case.
where it was.
We all know
That's
where
what
it is.
signs are for.
I feel like just breaking a little glass panel is not going to be that loud.
But
Especially
she's
not
got
in
a
this
hammer.
environment, because the wind is literally howling at this point.
Well,
Even
that's
as you
true.
guys,
We can't.
even as you guys try to kind of yell to each other on the deck of the ship here, you have to like get either real close or yell real loud to even hear each other. With the exception of Nomad, who enjoys telepathy at all times.
And
I
Vastu with
will
message.
relay. I will relay information to see fit.
But Gale, tell me about your cloaking device. Tell me what it does.
I guess because we're stuck in a snowstorm, it probably changes the kind of wood paneling texture of the ship to a kind of like off-white, almost like a those like snow camo kind of color, and then everything just gets a little bit foggier and denser around the ship. It's like a thin layer of fog across the top of the deck that we can hide in.
Sick. Can I do this? Does this work? I don't know if I can do that.
I think it also makes us all very quiet.
It does.
It makes us what?
It does add like a dampening effect to the sound produced by everybody on the ship as well.
Yeah, you gotta speak up.
Yule, what's up? As the ship goes stealthy.
Oh, I was just gonna say when Gil breaks the glass that I was gonna cast Shatter, just for dramatic effect, so that everyone knows that we broke the glass.
All right. Okay, so let me get a ship stealth check, which is just going to be a sailor's check. But you can add a +10 to it, thanks to Gale's device. Let me get that from Flick.
So I can add a +10 to it.
Yep, add a +10.
It's just a +10. Don't fuck up.
Is it still an int, or what's it based off of?
This would be either Dex or Wisdom. Either one is still appropriate. Oh my god, holy shit. Oh, is that built in? Yeah, it's built in, okay. I was
Yeah,
gonna
sorry.
say, holy shit.
Still really good.
That is really good, okay. That cannot make it. That cannot make it.
But yeah, do I recognize the sound?
You definitely would as well. 100%.
I was just making sure.
Yep.
You didn't say me, but I'm like,
And based on your familiarity with it, and Gale's as well, it's a big boy. It's a real big boy. This does have a chance.
From my multitude of times around it, do I recognize the specific one?
Ooh, that's a stretch. Give me a...
No, it's not a stretch. I've studied religiously over 100 years.
Give me either... Oh my god, I guess give me an int check or a perception check, and Gale could do the same. If he wants.
The next time it yells, I ask the nearest person if they think it's friendly.
Flick says he's not staying around to find out.
Okay.
Ooh, close.
Alright, excellent. There is a moment as you guys are kind of going as hush as you can and trying to just stay low, stick near good terrain cover, and not get spotted by whatever this thing is. Really only being able to see maybe 60 feet out and around all of you. Where there is this sudden flitting and screeching of a smaller creature. And it kind of seems to fly just between the balloon and the deck of the ship. You see these small white wings and this long serpentine body, these two long fangs, and these kind of blue-colored scaled leathery wings, and it flies basically right over the ship and doesn't seem to like realize that it spotted you. It seems to just kind of blend in with the fog and clouds, and it sails right past, and you hear it kind of screech and flap a few more times off into the distance, and then you don't see anything. And then...
Thing?
What was that?
Do I recognize that thing that just flew over? Kind of sounded like a big killed one of those
It,
before.
it does kind of look a little like that. I guess give me a nature check. Sort of, but those have feathery wings, and this definitely did not. That was leathery all around. Gale and you'll both immediately recognize it as a wormling, a dragon wormling.
Oh, baby.
Such a cool cape.
Another 5 or 10 really tense, stressful minutes go by, where you hear more of these roars, one coming from close behind, another one from kind of off to your east, in the distance. One seems to be coming from ahead of you, and there's actually a moment where you see this enormous shadow just pass right in front of you, going from left to right. And it just doesn't seem to spot the ship as it blends in with all of the other snow and clouds and fog. And then everything kind of goes quiet except for the weather, which continues to howl and howl around you. And after about half an hour or so, you haven't heard any roars in maybe 5 or 10 minutes, and you feel like maybe it's given up.
Well, Quartermaster Flick, I believe we made a mistake coming here. Maybe we should find a way to lava film.
Trying a little bit. You know, it's kind of hard to steer in this, but yeah, probably not our best choice.
Can we even see where we are going?
Kind of.
You think we should just stop and wait out the storm, or?
I have a feeling if we stop, that thing will eventually find us. I've sailed through worse, probably. Maybe.
I don't know if this storm is ever going to stop.
Yeah, that too.
As you say that, from directly in front of you, there's suddenly this brilliant blue light, and you see maybe 300 feet in front of the ship, a massive blue spire. Give me a deck save.
Oh god.
Oh,
Flick.
fuck.
Okay.
You pull hard to the side. There is a rock. Some of you have trouble kind of keeping your footing on the slick deck of the ship. And you can hear just the very faint sound of wood clashing as you scrape by the side of it. But Flick, you avoid it. The ship does not take any structural damage. It just kind of barely grazes it. There's a rock, and you can hear some of the furniture getting shuffled around in the stern castle below you.
Immediately go into my shell.
Has anyone tried getting rid of the blizzard?
Rid of the what?
The blizzard?
I'm not sure how we go about doing that.
Oh, that's pretty easy. Hong Kong.
Oh my
boy.
god.
I don't understand.
Holy shit. I'm...
Alright, I gotta go.
And the blizzard vanishes.
Is this some sort of top worlder spell?
The blizzard doesn't vanish, but Yule does get inspiration if you don't already have it. Christ. Holy Christ.
Who did get like inspiration?
You did, and I think I marked it on your sheet for you.
Oh, thank you.
What does actually happen, though, is about 30 or 40 seconds pass, and then this time you can all hear it coming from directly behind you. There's this high-pitched ring that builds and builds and builds and builds, and then poof, another wave of force, like the one that you felt before, from the crystal that you had just bumped into. And then I need another charisma save from Vasu.
Why is it just me?
Oh, it's not just you. Woo!
Oh.
All right. Excellent.
That's a good thing, right?
Who knows, man?
I mean, the last time or got real low and I went blind for a couple of seconds, so I think this is good. Until it is described otherwise.
Yeah, no physical effects happen. You do all feel this wave of force for sure, though. But everything kind of stays quiet again for about 2 minutes. Perfect. Your cloaking device lasts for an hour, right?
I believe so.
Sick. All right. You don't hear any...
Basically pass without trace.
Right, exactly. There's no roaring this time, but you do, about 5 minutes later, hear this enormous flapping set of wings, and you see this shadow graze nearby behind you, about 500 or 600 feet, but it doesn't seem to spot you again. But from this distance, all of you can make out what appears to be an enormous dragon silhouetted by the blizzard. But it doesn't seem to spot you, and it flies off into the distance once more.
Gale hides below deck.
I get my bow out, and I just keep watch on deck.
All right, Flick, importantly, do you keep going at full speed, or are you slowing down? What's the plan?
After that near miss, I'll slow down a little bit, but I'm not stopping. We need to get out of this.
All right, sounds good. At the slower pace, another 20 or 30 minutes go by, and the storm seems to only get worse and worse. But because you're moving it a little slower, you are able to cautiously avoid obstacles. There are a couple more times where either mountain peaks or crystals seem to just pop up right in front of the ship. Because you're moving slower, go ahead and give me a dex save with advantage. Much better. Totally fine. You're able to completely miss them this time around. And time goes on. About another hour or two passes. At this point, it's 1 or 2 in the morning. Several of you are getting very sleepy. Obviously, fear can keep people awake. If you want to stay up all night, you can totally do that. But it has been probably 2 hours since the last time the dragon was heard or seen or spotted.
Would I know if there's any way to go above the storm if I pulled it up higher?
You could certainly try. You do know that generally there is a cloud layer that has... Well, I'm trying to think. Go and give me a sailor's check. That is something that I know because I've flown in airplanes, but I don't know if Flick would know it.
I'm air traffic controller, so if you need any really, really, really overly specialist in the weeds knowledge, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay.
Duly noted.
Should it be int check this time?
Yeah, go and give me an int check. Yeah, you would be aware, you've flown on airships a few times on your jobs, that a lot of weather effects can be avoided by going much higher. The downside is that when you're that high, it's hard to breathe. You literally, most creatures cannot breathe at that altitude, not well enough to stay conscious. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's accurate, right?
Yes.
It happened to me
Interrupted.
yesterday. In
Specifically, hypoxia starts at 10,000 feet and above. To get above a winter storm like this, you'd have to get at least 25,000 feet or so.
Oh
Yeah,
dear.
specialist
Okay, so
knowledge.
that won't work. Okay, good to know. We'll just
Maybe
stay
if
there.
we go lower, we can get under it.
We should go underground.
I mean, I've been outside before when it's been snowing, and it's still pretty bad when you're on the ground. Or sea level, or whatever.
It is not bad underground.
I don't think the ship can go underground, though, unfortunately. We don't have a giant digging mechanism on the end.
Oh. Well, that sounds like a failure in engineering.
I think we would need an earth elemental for that.
Oh, let's find one.
Or a bunch of stuff with mold earth on it. But, you know.
Oh.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no. What are
Okay.
these? You stop that.
I don't like those 2 nat 20s.
Me either.
Okay.
Or that 19.
So it's been like 2 hours since you guys have heard the dragon or anything like that. The storm is still going, but Flick has it under control. In the lack of an urgent need to go fast, he's been able to avoid colliding just fine. Who at this point is planning on staying up all night, and who is going to try to sleep?
Nordo went
See-
below deck like an hour and a half ago or so, and was like just trying to not be nauseous. So we'll probably have fallen asleep at some point in that.
All right.
I feel like because Nomad feels like he won't be able to do anything, if anything, if they crash anyway, he's just like, if I die, I die, and he goes down to sleep.
All right.
I'll stay up.
Flick doesn't trust anyone else to pilot the ship right now, so he's staying up.
All right. Ace and Flick staying up. Anyone else staying awake?
Gale is staying up and he's working on the project.
Excellent.
Vasu's gonna stay up.
All right. 4 people staying awake. Elise tries to stay up for a little bit, but then she eventually just decides she needs to sleep. Her con is not that great. At about 3 in the morning, there is another pulse that kind of goes through the ship, and I need a charisma save, this time with disadvantage, from Vasu and Moat.
We're very close. Whatever this is.
Delightful. Okay. Flick, as you are helming the ship, with the few people that have decided to stay awake with you, this pulse goes through the ship. You kind of turn to, make sure everything is okay. Vasu has fallen unconscious on the deck of the ship.
Oh fuck.
I like to think that's the last thing Vasu said.
Oh, fuck.
Why,
Oh, fuck.
why are all of my characters like plot narcoleptic?
It is a running trend, isn't it?
Philo wasn't.
I'll go over to him and be like, "Hey, Voss, does he just look like he's just like fell asleep or passed out?"
He's still breathing and his eyes are wide open. However, his eyes are giving off this faint orange light. Very faint, very dim, but they have glassed over white, like you can't see his pupils or iris, and they're giving off just a very faint whitish orange light.
Who's awake on deck? Is it just Vasu, Flick, and I?
And
then Gil's underground?
Gil is under deck, or below deck.
Hey, Flick. Something's
I'm
up
not
with Vasu.
moving. That's great. I can't really do anything about that right now.
Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna try to. I'm assuming he's up here, isn't he? Fuck. Hey, Shu. Get someone stronger than me. Vasu's in trouble.
He's fine.
I can't understand what you're saying.
He just kind of hops up onto Vasu's chest, pecks his beak. Like, oh shit! You're right. He usually wakes him up.
All right, what does Shu want to do?
He's gonna fly below deck, or probably hop below deck, because flying in winds like this right now is a little dangerous. And try to wake up Nordo.
All right.
As Shu walks down the stairs and turns that corner right there, the bathroom door is open, and Nordo is inside his shell on the bathroom floor by the toilet.
Poor Nordo.
Oh,
He's
no.
air sick. Or sky sick.
But
Wait.
as
Shu kind of hops up next to the turtle shell and pecks it. And then he hops up like near the opening where Nordo's head would usually come out. He just sticks his face in and he hoots real loud.
whoa, what is it, Shu?
An asshole! Oh, Brady's in trouble!
You
Something!
You talking about Vasadiva?
Oh, yeah! He's looking
Or
real. Can Shu
For the-
actually talk? There's
nope.
No, I don't.
a
Villagers
sister
can't
joke
talk
that,
unless you're like
we're all letting run.
But I follow Shu up to wherever Shu leads. If Shu looks distressed.
Yeah,
Shu thinks he
Shu can't actually talk, but Nordo has an affinity for understanding and speaking to animals. He at least gets the lassie, there's somebody in the well vibe.
Right.
Hey,
I go above
Nordo,
deck.
he just passed out. His eyes are still open and they're kind of glowing. I don't know what's up.
What happened? Was there
It happened right after that last pulse. We should
Oh,
get him
must
below
have-
deck.
must have slept through it? Yeah, let's get him below deck. I'll take a look at him.
All
I'll
right,
try to just carry him.
I'm
below.
gonna have to say I'm gonna stay up here with Flick though. So
All right.
keep an eye
I
out.
got it.
Make sure everyone else is okay too.
Yep. So I bring Vasu below deck. Just lay him down. Before even investigating him, I just want to take a quick look around and make sure everybody else is okay.
Yeah, you kind
The
of
other
peek in.
people that were sleeping and stuff.
You do see that Elise has kind of been stirred by the commotion. Yule and Nomad are both in there, either asleep or awake. It's kind of at their choice. Moat is... he's got his arms straight down at his side. He's staring straight up at the ceiling, and his eyes are glowing the same faint whitish orange. And as soon as you spot those two little pinpricks of orange light coming from Moat's eyes, all of you hear heavy wings flapping right next to the ship, and then a crunch as something grabs the tail end of the back of the ship and drags it down about 60 feet in one go. Flick and
Jesus.
Ace, give me dexterity saving throws. Ace, you manage to maintain your footing. Flick, you fall prone, and you are moved 10 feet in this direction as the entire ship buckles, and you look back, just like that scene from Buzz, actually, and you see an enormous creature who has wrapped his teeth around the back end of the ship and has yanked downwards, and you start to slip and slide towards these jaws.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Oh god,
Oh,
I
dear.
really hate it. I really hate
I'm assuming it's big enough that I can see it.
100%. And this will also be initiative.
What is happening?
We chose wrong.
I hit my head on the ceiling and hit the ground again. And I'm like, what? What's going on?
Do I get to roll initiative too?
Everybody gets to roll initiative.
So it turns out those little special things are plot-based, it seems like. Because right after they get their special ability, they both go unconscious and orange-eyed.
That's true. It's
Seeming
orange
a
too.
little connected.
I feel like it has to do with the gems that they have socketed in their equipment. By that I mean, I think Moat has the sword now, right? I don't
No,
know
he
if he's
never did.
attuned to it though. Oh
Yeah,
no,
he is
like
carrying it.
yeah.
Need initiative from Yule.
Oh, why does it go before me? I don't like that.
There.
I do like that its name is question mark W, question mark W, question mark W, question mark W, question mark.
Probably nothing. Sure, it's not important. Nordo, you are the first to react as the ship violently rocks downwards. What would you like to do?
It's not animated.
I
It's not, and I'm so sorry.
shit balls. Nordo looks to Mode and looks to Vasu and looks above deck and tries to decide what the fuck to do. He looks at Mode and sees that he's still presumably wearing his tabard that's now enchanted to protect him from falling.
Did anyone else see this giant health bar down here that goes off the screen?
Yeah, it's for the thing that's above
I
it.
didn't. Thanks for that.
Yeah, I guess
Scary
I'll
as hell.
start with just a dash.
All right, Ace. What would you like to do?
Has he acted in combat yet?
Nope.
Perfect. I'm gonna 100 mark his ass.
All right.
Oh,
you do
real
get
quick,
the
it
ship,
was,
yeah.
It was my movement and action to dash. I will use my bonus action for patient defense.
Good call.
All right, and then I do my 1-2 combat.
Uh, 24 does hit for 15 piercing damage, and that is magical. So you look back and you see this
I have
enormous... Oh, shit! Holy fuck. You see this enormous head. You can barely even see the rest of the body through the snowstorm. But this thing's head is almost as big as the stern castle. And he is bit down hard and is just yanking, and you can see he's starting to rock side to the side like an alligator. Flick is barely holding on to one of these engines as this thing basically tries to slide Flick down, like getting that last ice cube out of a cup. And you're like, nope, none of that, and you fire 2 shots. One hits him kind of right on the snout, and he kind of winces a little bit, but it barely seems to bother him. But then you fire
That's
your
50
second
damage.
one. Yeah, you fire your second one, hits him right in the eye. He immediately lets go of the ship and lets out this horrible, awful roar. You can see that pouring out from the sides of his mouth are just billowing clouds of cold air. He starts to rear his head back and inhale deeply.
Okay, what is this thing?
That is a spool that has a bunch of extra line on it.
How tall is it?
It is only about 2.5 feet tall.
Is there anything here that I can get cover behind? I guess I don't know what like this is or this is.
So those are just some crates and supplies. The spool's only about 2.5 feet tall. The railing here is all like non-solid and honestly kind of flimsy. You think that if you wanted cover, you'd either have to like go indoors or go down where Nordo is, kind of in the crook of the stern castle.
All right, I'm gonna pop up. I'm actually gonna. I have enough movement to go to like run down here and then like pop inside the door and hide behind the door.
That's a
Or
good,
like hide around the wall.
good fucking idea. All right, Yule, you are the next to respond.
Shit, how far away is that?
You're just trying to get up to the deck.
Yeah,
So let's see.
or at least to a point that I can see it. I don't know if there's windows on the back or whatever.
There is. There's one right next to the stairwell here, so 55 feet will get you here where you can see him.
Alright, well, I'll just go and dash to get almost all the way.
As you get there, you can feel this thing release the ship, and it kind of bounces upwards suddenly.
That's pretty much all I can do for this turn. So.
All right. Okay, let's see here. It can do that as a legendary, so let's do that real quick. Perfect. And I need you're way ahead of me, but you're correct. I need Gale, Nordo, Flick, and Yule to give me wisdom saving throws as you...
Why me?
Gil, you don't actually have to do it if you don't want. But, you know, you did voluntarily, so I assume you're in for it.
I was just figuring out my turn.
Okay, I gotcha. This is the frightful presence of the dragon. All of you succeed, fortunately. So you are too tired and heroic to be afraid.
Too tired.
Apparently. He is going to first try to latch back onto the ship. Successfully.
Not do that.
Flick, just feet away from your ankles, there's a crunch of wood as this massive claw digs in and pulls backwards, and then he is going to try to bite. Does a 31 hit you?
Anything he can do would hit me.
Excellent. So he pulls the claw back and digs his jaws in around the corner there, clamping right about your thigh for 34 piercing and cold damage.
Oh,
As it sinks in, you watch as this frost suddenly forms at the point of the bite, which damn near severs your entire leg and spreads all the way down and up to about your belly button.
Wait, what about my belly button?
Frost is very rapidly forming over the surface of your skin.
I dislike that a lot.
Holy shit, are you not down?
No, I had 1 health and then my temporary health, so I have 9 health now.
What a fucking legend. Okay, alright.
your new title is Dragon Leftover.
Okay. Nomad.
Where's the closest window I can get to?
So the closest one is actually like right next to that hammock there, but you aren't able to see out towards the back from there. If you want to see to the back, you either need to go into the captain's quarters, or where Yule is.
Right. Let's see if I can get to the captain's quarters. No, I guess it won't work very well like that. I guess I'll spend an extra action to go in there. And can I see through the window?
Absolutely. You see exactly what's
At
going
this
on.
thing?
Yep, you can see the bottom of his neck and his chest.
Excellent. I have no actions, so I'm just going to telepathically connect with it and be like, "Hello, neighbor."
Excellent. We will follow that thread at the talk round.
Would you like a cup of sugar? Why are you here? You are knocking a little too loud.
Alright, Flick, you are up. Notably, you are not actually grappled or pinned or anything, but you are prone, and you also control the ship on your turn.
Wait, what on my turn? I control the ship?
Mm-hmm. It is a free action, but
Okay.
you get to decide what the ship does.
Alright, well, I don't like being right here. So I'm gonna cunning action disengage, jump down here. Well, as I'm running away, can I shoot Eldritch Blast at it behind my
Sure.
over my shoulder?
Yeah,
Okay.
go for it. The 24 does hit. You see the eye that has started to trickle this dark blue blood where Ace hit it, and you follow it up with an Eldritch Blast. He rocks his head to the side and lets out a horrible roar as you deal 13 more force damage.
Okay, does he still have hold of the ship?
Not really. He releases, it was a bite attack, but he doesn't actually have it grappled or anything.
Okay, can I stop the ship so he slams into it with his face?
Excellent. You sure can.
But
All
the
right.
ship.
Let's see how this goes. As you tell the ship to stop, he brings his head down. There's a sudden flap of wings, and you kind of watch as a small tear forms right on the outside of one of his wingtips as he swerves to the right and kind of goes flying off ahead of you guys.
Cool.
All right, anything else?
That's action bonus. No, I haven't done bonus action yet. Oh wait, I should have done something when he bit me. Oh well, too late now.
Oh, right, you've got your racial.
Your reaction, right? You can do it.
Yeah, I don't think you use your reaction on anything else, so you can if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna throw that in there real quick then.
Good.
Oh shit, that's
Ooh.
a terrible save. He takes every single bit of that. Oh wait, does he
And
have... Oh, he doesn't. Alright. So yeah, as he bites in, this gout of fire bursts out from your freezing leg and scorches the inside of his mouth.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt. I hate burning the roof of my mouth.
The Hot Pocket's too hot. Okay. Oh, they're right next to each other. This is extremely appropriate then. Okay.
Did the thing fly forward?
No, Flick stopped the ship, and basically, like, forced it to either swerve or collide, and it swerved and kind of went over that way.
So I can't see it anymore.
Correct.
Another wasted turn. Fucking movement.
Moat and Vasu, you guys both suddenly find yourself in this dark, dark blue, almost like you're deep, deep beneath the sea. You feel cold, but you begin to see these glints of light that reveal your surroundings. It is this enormous wall of deep blue ice, and it seems to go up for hundreds, maybe even thousands of feet, just leaving this tiny, tiny little prick of daylight impossibly above you, kind of like you're stuck at the bottom of a well. But then as the two of you begin to look around, you see this glow that begins to form from beneath this wall of ice, kind of like a match being lit. And it starts as this tiny little mote of orange, but then it grows and it grows and it grows until you can see that it's forming a shape. You see these two dark holes, and then a third one, and then a row of teeth. And you recognize that it is a human skull. And the light continues to grow until it eventually reveals an entire human skeleton, its head bowed, and its arms crossed in front of itself, clutching at a shield, all of which is glowing red hot behind this deep blue frozen ice, which refuses to melt. And as you look around and look behind you, you notice two more skeletons glowing red hot, one to your left, one to your right. The one to the left looks like a tiefling that has its arms held out at its side, and its head pointed to the heavens. And the one to your right appears to be a gnoll that is standing dutifully with an enormous sword that's held upright in front of him. And Moat takes a look around, thinks for a brief moment, and then points to one of the skeletons, and we'll figure out which one it is later, it's not important, and says, "We have to get it out." And he is going to swing at the ice. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna take probably 3 of the 6 seconds of my turn to just look around, baffled and silent, and then I'll be like, "Oh, okay," because I can't really think anything else to do that might be helpful in the situation. So I'm gonna go after the same frozen skeleton that he did.
Right, give me some attack rolls. Oh, and he gets extra attack, doesn't he? Well, there's Moat. Alright, as the two of you kind of begin working together to just basically try to carve your way through this ice, it is dense and it is cold. Your second attack with the talons doesn't even scratch it. But the Sunflare does manage to get through, and you carve a couple of big chips that scatter at your feet. And as you get closer, you can start to see little bits of steam that suddenly pop out from holes in the ice. But we'll get back to that. For now, Gale, what would you like to do?
Are there windows in this room?
Let's see, where are you at? There are, and there is one basically right next to you looking out in the direction of the dragon.
Great. Alright. Gale's horrified, and basically the past several hours he's just been in here, essentially taking apart everything that he's owned and putting it together into what he hopes is going to be just a big fuck-off gun.
Excellent.
No idea if it's going to work. Like, he doesn't even care if it gets more than a single shot. If it self-destructs, like, it's basically just working fast. And he's gonna... Oh, God damn it. Yeah, he's gonna point it out the window at this thing. And he's going to cast Enlarge on the weapon.
Okay.
And prepare to fire.
Alright, so, man, let me get like 3 things. First of all, what do you have that you can use to assemble this big fuck-off gun? Like, I know you have your weapon.
So, I have my main weapon. I have 1,000 ball bearings, a bell, a steel mirror. I have all those generic parts that I made in whatever that place was called.
Right.
So 8 hours worth of crafting for generic tinkering parts. I have 30 pounds of tinkering supplies on top of that. And I have a bottle of perfume. I don't know if that's like flammable or anything.
Sure, why not?
A hunting trap.
Okay.
A bunch of pittons. Basically, I'm hoping to just build some kind of like shrapnel cannon.
Yeah, some enormous like flat gun or something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, step 2. Give me
Plus whatever, stones I'm willing to shove into this thing temporarily.
okay, that's a good point. And do you use any of the stones as like ammunition?
Ooh.
Better not. You better
It's
fucking
real
not.
tempting.
I'll find
It's
out
not
about it
very
and I'll
good.
come after you.
Not in a very good state. He might shove like 1 or 2 of the like white stones in.
Okay.
Oh, I need
Or 1 or
those.
2. 1 or
Why
2.
do you-
I mean like.
Why do you
6.
hate?
All
Why
right.
do you hate?
6 of the special white stones that are special for no particular reason. Good to know.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay.
Why do you hate
Those better not
me?
be the ones I bought.
Those are the ones I bought.
I bought some too, though.
Yeah, there are like 20 of them, and I'm using 6.
Those are the ones you bought, not the ones I bought.
All right. Go ahead and give me a Tinker's Tools check.
Alright, I'm gonna guidance myself.
All
If I
right.
can.
Yeah. Okay. And let's see. You're casting Enlarge on it. Perfect. Okay.
I'm hoping that by casting Enlarge on the weapon itself, it'll do more damage than just an extra d4 if I was casting on myself.
Oh yeah. No, you're doubling the size of the payload and presumably also the powder used to fuel it. So
Hopefully.
have some fun results.
I mean, that technically also affects the weapon if you do it yourself.
Yeah, but I'm hoping that it'll affect the weapon more if I just directly use it on the weapon.
Okay. Next up, give me an attack roll with a +12.
Oh! You made a cannon, Gale!
Is that with Dex?
Uh,
Well, important note, is this a magic weapon?
It is a magic weapon because you've used stones and you had 1 hour to put them in, so that is enough time. And yeah, it's Dex. Unless you have like a class feature or something.
Alright, so
How many
just an
actions
attack
are you
roll.
taking?
My regular attack roll?
So he obviously didn't just do all of this just now. He has spent the past hour.
Oh,
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take the moment he heard dragons an hour ago. He didn't sleep. He just started making an anti-dragon weapon.
Right. He said he went below
Yeah,
deck and
like
immediately
5 hours
started
that
doing
I've
this.
been building this shit. So you said it's a D20 plus 12?
D20 plus 12.
You can use your fucking.
24?
24 is a hit.
Alright, how much kickback do I take?
That's going to be a wonderful question. Let me go check a thing.
That's 24 kickback damage.
I do have Toto like sit behind me and like prop me up.
So he takes the damage.
Just in case. I imagine like shoving myself between two giant pieces of metal.
Okay, let me get 12d6 plus your intelligence.
In D6s or just my intelligence?
Just your intelligence. So it's 12d6 plus your int. All right. Even above deck, Flick and Nordo, and especially those of you below deck, suddenly hear this cacophonous explosion that damn near deafens everyone inside of the ship. And you see just this massive gout of wood that splinters off the starboard side of the front of the ship, and is immediately caught in the blizzard and carried off as this enormous hole is blown out from the sides of this weapon. Gale, you were thrown back basically into the engine behind you, braced a little bit by Toto. You don't take any damage, but you are prone. And this just cloud of shrapnel, illuminated by a couple of streaks of white from the white gems that have been launched suddenly, like tracer rounds, just explodes into the dragon, who's reeling from having to dodge to avoid the ship. He takes 39 magical damage, and you see just holes punctured all over the left side, or all over his left wing. And he begins to flap and roar and turn in a rage to see the source of all of that damage.
You're dead! You're dead! Go away!
Notably, Gale and Ace, who is also in there, you feel suddenly exposed to the elements as sleet and snow begin pouring in to the kitchen of this ship. And you can also see that the dragon is rearing his head back, and there's a little mote of white energy beginning to form inside of his mouth in your direction.
Excellent. I'm gonna have Toto take his repair action
Okay.
and repair that hole.
Alright, go ahead and roll it.
Gonna roll min repair damage.
That's really
Ooh,
good repair
that's not bad.
damage. Yeah. Okay, you watch as this beam emits from Toto's eyes, and the wood seems to sort of regrow, and the hole begins to shrink and shrink and shrink and shrink. Providing a little more
yeah.
cover from what's about to come. Oh boy. Let's see, Elise. Oh fuck, she's just gonna dash 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 gets Yule. And I guess she'll dodge. She doesn't know what's going on. That brings us back to the top to Nordo.
God.
You and Flick can both see this thing preparing to breathe some sort of icy breath all over you guys.
Can I see how far we are from the ground below us?
Oh
Guess
boy.
probably not.
Not from your current position, and I don't think you've been like looking at. You were asleep. Yeah, you were. in
No,
the
I
bathroom.
just ran out this door.
Yeah, you're not sure.
Okay. Did the dragon? He didn't actually fly down next to like where Gil just shot, did he? He's still like way up there.
Yeah, he's still way up there.
Okay. I am going to grab Flick. If I need to use an action to grapple him, I will, and drag him with me into the Stern Castle.
Yep. If he's willing, then it's just an item interaction. As long as he weighs less than your carrying capacity.
I'm
Sure he
guessing
does.
He's
Yeah,
got
so
you.
just literally pick Flick up and run into the Stern Castle, seeing this dragon preparing a breath. Walk in
Good
here
call.
and see the shattered remains of Gale's fucking gun.
There's just a charred explosion mark all over the floor.
Just say, what do we do, little dragon? We can't possibly fight this thing.
Do you put me
Asked the
down?
Wrong person.
I do put you down.
I'm not sure, but we're gonna have to get out of here sooner or later.
Alright, with very limited time to talk about it, how big is the hole that just is blown into the side of the ship here?
Probably about 4 feet diameter after the mending so far.
Okay, I am going to use my bonus action for patient defense. I'm going to step directly up to the hole and basically go into shell defense and just try to block the hole with my like self with my shell.
Oh fuck, okay. Ace.
Is he blocking the hole entirely?
He's blocking a very significant portion of it. There are still little gaps, but he's got it mostly covered.
Bonus action hide.
Alright.
Also, I don't know how lit it is outside, but Gloomstalker bullshit. I'm gonna pop outside. I'm gonna launch an arrow at him.
Alright, let me double check. I know he has both, but I don't know what the ranges are. You pop around the corner, and he does seem to see you. You do not have advantage on the attack.
Give me a second.
We have passed without trace on.
Oh no, it's 3 in the morning. That was around like 1. That's gone.
Oh dear. So does it respond top of the turn?
That's a miss, and then I'm going to come back in here, open the closet door, and then close the penis myself in the door.
Good call. Okay. You'll see.
So I contacted it telepathically.
Oh, right. Yeah, there was a talk round. Let's do that talk round real quick. Right. Okay, before you'll see's turn. Okay. You just kind of asked what it wanted, neighbor.
Hello, neighbor. What did you want? Sugar? You're knocking too loud.
You were foolish to come here. Come
Why?
here, I'm sure you'll be tasty.
You flatter me.
And then later, when when the fuck you gun goes off, he does respond to you. Oh, good, a fight. I haven't had that in quite some time.
Oh, if it's a fight you want. Land on top.
Alright, back to Yule.
Let me just run all the way up there and die.
So 10, 20 will get you out of the Stern Castle door, and then you pop your head out the door with 10 feet of movement left and see that this thing is charging a breath in your direction.
I wave at it.
Okay.
Oh, hi, sweetie.
It's inhaling. It's about to breathe.
So tell me about your girlfriend.
Oh, fuck. Okay. 30-foot cone, is that enough? It appears to be more than 30 feet away from you right now.
Oh my god.
That would get you right there. You have 5 feet of movement left if you do that. Okay.
It's fine.
Here comes a wisdom save. What's your DC?
15.
It just makes it.
What if I use inspiration on it?
You have another thing you could use on it if you wanted.
Oh, great. Inspiration.
Not inspiration. Well, the other inspiration. Okay. So you ask this dragon about his girlfriend, and it looks at you and continues to inhale, and like a Zelda boss, as it's inhaling.
Doesn't work in saving throws.
Does it not?
No.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, it's only attack rolls.
Actually, the DM already said it.
That would be
The
really broken.
DM
Someone who
told me
played
to
the
use
bard
it,
for
so
3 years.
That's a very
the
good
DM
point.
told me.
No, he's right. It does not work on saving throws. That would be very broken.
Gross. Alright, then inspiration.
You can't use like inspiration on their save. It's only for things you do.
Why not?
Because that would be broken.
Biscuit's game. It's fine.
Well, Biscuit is a wonderful person who allows very broken things all the time.
It's true. I love it.
That's how I like to DM too.
All right.
Excellent.
As this door is swinging open right in front of you, you can see everybody is like bracing themselves in the kitchen for an impact. You have 5 feet of movement left. What would you like to do?
I have no movement left.
Wait, hang on. What?
I have no movement left.
10,
That was my last 5 feet.
20, 25. Oh, that's correct. Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay. He pulls his head back, and actually no, he's gonna go straight. No, he's got a good shot. He's got the ship and basically everything. Okay. I need a Constitution saving throw from Nordo, with advantage. Yule with advantage. Toto with advantage. I believe that's right. Yep.
That's terrible.
Oh, that is not good.
I feel like someone should give you your inspiration, but I don't have any, so I can't.
They already have advantage anyway.
Oh yeah, they do. You're right. Fuck. Never mind.
Or will just die the way he lived, plugging holes.
Is that how he lived?
Well, if he plugged holes with like spears, I guess.
And battle axes.
Yeah. He also made lots of holes, so.
Okay, excellent. Yule, you're going to take a quarter of this. Nordo, you're going to take a half of this. And Toto, you take a quarter of this.
Jesus.
Ah, half of it at least.
Half of it is exactly my HP.
Oh no!
Alright, Norda goes down. Toto, let's see, 59 divided by 4.
Poor Nordo.
So Toto and Yule each take 14 points of damage. As from around the frozen, frost-covered shell of Nordo, valiantly holding this hole shut, this blast of frigid energy still wisps around, locking Toto's joints up. Likewise above deck, from around the corner of the forecastle, this just blast of Arctic air. Actually, hang on, let me redraw that line. You might take half instead of a quarter. Half. So that is actually 59 divided by 2. That is 29 damage for Yule. And then it is going to fly straight up to the front of the ship.
Feels unconscious as well.
And that brings us to Nomad.
Okay, Nomad's gonna get a little grumbly. Because he's in the fucking captain's quarters. Where's the nearest window that I can see?
So there is one at the back. There's one right here. And then there are also 3 more in the cargo hole.
Yeah. If I go here, can I see him? How far is
Yeah, you can see like his shoulder and his side and one of his wings. The one that is pelted up by Gale's weapon.
How far is he from me?
Let's see, that would be about 25 feet.
Okay, so is there any structural damage around here that I can peek through?
Yes, tremendous amounts. I forgot to describe that in addition to knocking out 2 people, there is just this blast of Arctic wind that seems to blow through invisible seams of in between all of the slats of wood used in the ship. Bits of pitch are frozen and then punched out like little projectile rubber bullets. And you can see that there is just like this skeletal puncturing along the entire starboard side of the ship.
Which one is starboard?
The one you're on.
Oh, this one. Is there anywhere I could squeeze through?
Ooh, boy. With a little time, maybe, because of your weird
But
physiology.
I'm a squid.
Right.
Yeah.
No reasonable person could. And we're talking like
Sure.
maybe a foot diameter at the largest point.
Yeah. So instead, I'm just going to like rotate my shoulders. I'll mutter something under my breath, something about inconsiderate neighbors, and I say, if you want to fight, land on the deck. And then like from my shoulders sprout like maybe dozens of these translucent lavender colored like tendrils of energy, and I start floating in the air like a jellyfish, and I fly all the way to the top of the deck
Excellent. All right.
with 60 feet of movement. Thank fucking Christ. I have to cast fly to move up here, and I'm gonna end up like maybe here.
Yep, that's about right for 60 feet. And you do come out and you find Yule, who is unconscious and literally like frozen like a popsicle to the deck of the ship.
Oh no.
That brings us up to Flick.
Okay. I can see the dragon through the giant hole that he made, right?
Oh, absolutely. And if these engines right next to you weren't already damaged, they would be by that. The hole that Nordo was like blocking has been like reopened. Bits of splintered frozen wood have been blown into the kitchen.
Out of curiosity, do I remain in shell defense when I get knocked unconscious?
Presumably.
That's good.
Okay. And the dragon's within 60 foot of the ship, right? Considering it's basically on top of it?
Yeah, it's basically on top of it.
Okay, so for my action... Gonna do that.
Ooh. Okay. That is extremely fitting, actually. Let me do a thing. What's your DC?
Not 28.
Is it better than 11?
I don't know where that's at. Let me look.
What's your charisma?
18.
Surely it's better than 11.
Your DC's 15 then.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So you call upon this force that you've harnessed, this deal that you've made, this creature that you've begun dealing with, and a point opens in space, and you see this rift that you've summoned once or twice before, where tentacles are supposed to emerge and grapple this thing, and nothing comes out. You rip open a seam, and nothing comes out. And a second or two goes by, and you're like, what's happening? What's going on? Why isn't it working? And then there is this whipping noise, and from down below, the size of like a redwood tree trunk, a massive single tentacle bursts up, wraps this thing around its throat, and yanks, and he is restrained and immediately pulled back as the ship continues forward.
Oh, okay. That
Yeah.
changes things then. I was going to ram into it with the ship, but I'm just gonna nope the fuck and keep going.
Still an option if you want to turn around.
No, I don't think we should.
Is it here? Like, is it still within range?
Nomad, you saw from the fog below, this massive tentacle seemed to just burst up, not from any sort of rift or portal, just straight up through the fog. Grab this dragon, grab it by the throat, and pull back, and it is rapidly disappearing into the fog behind you, but still within viewing range.
I shrug. I think I may have mastered the art of looking nonchalant. So I'm going.
Okay, yeah. Gonna use my free action to just take the ship and get the fuck out of there if I can.
Yeah, the ship continues about 80 more feet. Moat and Vasu, faintly from far, far above you, trapped at the bottom of this icy hole, you hear the sound of a distant dragon roaring. Moat continues to swing. What do you do?
I look up. Can I see any hint of the top of this well that we're trapped in or anything? Or is it...
Give me a perception check. Yeah, it's far up. You think it's probably like 400 or 500 feet up or so. And it's a little narrow, but it's not as narrow as a well. It would be an uncomfortable flight because it's so small, but you can fly and you do have claws,
Yeah,
you
and
have tabaxi legs. You could probably make your way up. It would be a bit of a tricky feat, but you could do it.
Alright, I'm gonna kind of shake my head and look back down to Moat.
Moat has hit the spot that is just too dense. He cannot get his sword through this.
Even while I'm kind of like rearing back to swing my spear at it, I'm like, okay, why do we gotta get this guy out? What the hell is he gonna do for us?
Fuck. He will answer in character when he is here.
Great. Okay. Hey!
Alright. You tell him to stand back and you'll give it a shot. You valiantly thrust in and it's just deflected. It's like this rock hard bit of ice. But you're like, nope, not gonna give up. And you thrust one more time It slams through. There's this cracking sound and a sudden release of hot gas as steam pours out from the rift. It splits, and you watch as this skeleton begins to rapidly dissolve into these bright orange bits of ash that rush out and surround both you and Moat. They cloud your faces and your eyes and your nostrils and your ears and your mouth.
Oh god, I think I broke. Ah, god!
There's this hot breath that just forces its way in. Yeah, you cough and you sputter. And then you take a sudden gasp. You sit straight up, and you find yourself, I believe, in the kitchen, right? Where did you get dragged to? Oh, no, you got dragged alone below deck with Shu. And you... It's freezing fucking cold. You can see that there is massive damage to the hull of the ship along the starboard side. And you hear distantly a dragon roaring. And you see just behind you, Moat, steps out in a panic. You still have movement if you'd like in a bonus action.
Okay, yeah, I'll just start running up the stairs. Or if there's a hole big enough in the ship that I can fly out and just fly up above deck.
Yeah, nothing that big. It was not like a single bludgeoning impact. It was more like a widespread AoE effect.
Gotcha. So yeah, I've got 60 feet of flight. I don't know if I can fly in below deck, but I'm just gonna start making my way up.
Yeah, you can kind of do it in the cargo hold, and then you have to walk through the hull, and then you can fly through the stern castle. It's a mix, but it's enough to at least get you right out the door.
Cool.
Where you do find a Yule popsicle frozen to the deck of the ship.
Ah, Jesus.
And a bonus action if you want it.
Yeah, I don't think there's really anything I can do as a bonus action, unless I want to attack Nomad or Yule.
Do not be alarmed. I will bring her back downstairs.
Does it look like the ice is actually doing harm? Just with my ability to do fire damage instead of bludgeoning damage with an unarmed attack bonus action, I'm just wondering if I can do that, but not actually try to do any damage and just kind of melt the ice.
Yeah, you can kind of start to just get rid of the ice that has accumulated on the side of the ship if you want.
Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of punch the ground next to Yule.
Sure. Kind of try to free her a little bit.
Yeah, and spread a little of the heat up through the popsicle that's attached to her. 8 fire.
Yeah. 10 hits an immobile object with no dexterity.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
I was hoping so.
Yeah, you see little bits of steam start to rise off, and Nomad gets ready to sort of grab this popsicle before the heavy winds carry it away.
Oh dear.
Okay.
Oh shit,
Come on, don't die on me.
Skipped Gale. Let's do Gale.
Oh god. I'm gonna try and take care of Nordo.
Of note, he does have a potion of healing on his person.
Give me a luck check, Nordo.
It fell out.
No, it didn't fall out, but it is encased in ice. Basically, the only part of you that's actually sticking out is your front, your clavicle, kind of your chest area. The rest of you is just entombed in ice.
Alright, he's about to be. And we'll lay hand on Nordo, and then I'm gonna pull out a very unnecessarily long and sharp needle. I'm just gonna stick it into his chest.
Alright.
Like Pulp Fiction style.
Imagine you're jamming it through the turtle shell too.
Yeah.
It's
the only way I know how.
And Nordo, there are these fleeting visions, once again, of this just warm, kind of temperate, tropical, little, like a tide pool, You see a couple of shells on the bottom of it. You see a little crab that kind of skitters away. And because this is the second time that you've seen this vision, you start to look around a little past it. And you can see maybe 10 or 15 feet away from this little tide pool, there's this palm tree that has these just bright blue leaves. And tacked onto it, there's this piece of paper that seems to just gently flutter in the wind. And you start to kind of move towards it, and then your vision gets fuzzy and it fades, and you feel cold, and you feel something sharp in your chest, and you catch a breath, and you find Gale standing over you, looking like a tiny little mad scientist that has brought his creation back to life. You kind of struggle, and you hear the ice around your back just crack and groan as it kind of breaks free. You are back up with 7 health.
Much obliged, little dragon. Did I make out any words at all on that paper by chance?
Ugh. Give me a perception check. Nope. It was
Okay.
a little too far away.
No worries.
Alright, anything else, Gale?
No, that's about all I got.
Alright. Let's see. Back on the deck, Elise is going to run out. She sees Yule frozen like a popsicle. She turns around. She doesn't spot the dragon anywhere. So she's going to run over. Oh, right. Good call. Go and give me that repair. It's a little.
There it is.
It's just a little bit. Yule. You have a vision of a green valley and a porch looking out over a river, kids playing and people going up and down the market street. You see a man in a rocking chair next to you, and he looks at you. And he says, I don't think it's time quite yet. And you do not get 11 HP. You get 20 health from Elise. She casts Cure Wounds. The ice around you shatters. You feel your feet kind of slip on the ice. And she holds you steady and kind of helps you up to your feet. And then she's going to get the fuck back inside. But before we get to Nordo, as Elise is heading inside, all of you hear just this eerie moment of quiet. And you take a look around. Those of you who are near windows or on the deck of the ship, Yule, Nomad, Vasu, Nordo, and Gale can probably see it as well. Everything goes quiet for about a second and a half. The wind completely stops. The snowflakes just hold still, slowly drifting, affected only by gravity, not a drop of wind. Everything goes quiet, and then there is just this distant rumble and roar, like meat cooking over a fire. And although it is about 200 feet behind the ship, those of you who can see it see this massive beam of orange cut through the fog, illuminating an enormous dragon's shadow as it engulfs it. You hear this horrible, pained roar coming from the center of the island, from that large wall of blue ice that you saw overnight. And you hear the sound of this dragon roaring and screaming and falling lower and lower and lower. And after about a minute, the wind picks back up, the snow continues to fall, but everything goes quiet.
Just to reiterate, something came from behind us and hit the dragon.
Some sort of big, sweeping beam of orange light.
Interesting.
Be right back. Gonna go eat the dragon's brain.
Because Mo just got here, let's go ahead and do this real quick.
What about a vision quest? I'm so lost.
So,
Yeah, the vision quest.
You two had a very short vision quest. You two both went comatose because these blue crystals emitted some sort of pulse as a dragon was attacking your ship. And you found yourselves at the bottom of what it looked like an icy hole or a well of some sort. And from behind this thick, dark blue ice, you saw 3 skeletons that were all glowing red hot. One of them had a sword that appeared to be human, or it appeared to be a gnoll. One of them had a shield that appeared to be human, and one had his arms spread wide that appeared to be tiefling with these two long curling horns. You experienced some things and received some choices, which I'm going to send to you privately. You chose one of those skeletons and worked with Vasu to cut it free of the ice. And then you woke up. And the thing that I just described happened. This big beam of orange energy seemed to pierce out from the center of this island and engulf the dragon.
Wait, what dragon? What blue crystals? What island?
Somebody catch him up real quick while I send him this choice.
Okay, so you
I
know
can
how we
watch
were we were flying towards, and we had the choice of two islands, and the one had all the crystals. I'm like, oh, let's go towards that one.
Yeah.
Well, we go towards there. The ship starts going faster for some reason, and the elemental really likes it. He's like, oh, I like it here. And then it starts snowing, and then it starts snowstorming, and then we can't fucking see, and then we almost crash a bunch of times. And then there's these giant crystals, and they emit these pulses, and you and Vasu keep having to make charisma saving throws. And eventually you both just pass out, but your eyes are open, you're breathing, your eyes are kind of glazed over, and they have this weird orange glow to them. And then you end up going on a weird vision quest, so that was fun. And we fought the dragon, and Nordo almost died, and you almost died, and I tried to use my Kraken thing, and it made a giant tentacle come out of not my portal, but from below
yeah.
all the spog and grab things. The
Forgot
dragon.
about that enormous factor.
Yeah.
Small other note: the like giant blue crystals on this island, they are like huge and glowy, and one of them had a massive like fossilized bird in it that Nordo thought was maybe a rock, but now I'm wondering if it's maybe a phoenix. But that was there also. And then shortly after you and Vasu went comatose is when we were ambushed by a literal giant ancient white dragon.
Tight.
Also, first turn I did 50 damage to him, so that was pretty nice.
It bit me and almost knocked me out, and then I squirted it like a Hot Pocket squirts out cheese.
Gale also fucked it up real good with an improvised enlarged, like, flat cannon.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
And we broke some ice.
How much
Perfect.
of my equipment has survived from that?
You rolled well on your tinkering. I'll let you keep, like, a quarter of it. You get to choose which quarter of it. I'll trust you to be reasonable with that.
I wasted 2 turns and 5 mana. I'm going back to sleep.
I'm so sorry.
Nordo like slowly comes to consciousness, hazy-eyed, and looks up at Gale and is like, "Did we kill it?"
I don't know, but it's gone for now.
He like gets his bearings for a couple seconds, then gets like a panicked look in his eyes, and he's like, "Where's the boat?" And he runs out to go find him.
Hey, Flick.
Yeah.
Flying the ship right now. Are we going to crash?
I'm steering. We're good.
Okay, I'm gonna help him keep an eye out for stuff.
Yeah, the weather is still snowing, but it has improved significantly. There's very little wind. The ship still feels empowered. Sundowner feels like he's really, really powerful here. But it's a lot easier going, even in the darkness. It is about 3 in the morning still. Elise will do a little more healing. She's got some mana to burn. Unless Yule beats her to it. This is going to be for Nordo and Flick. Nordo gets 10, Flick gets 6. And then she'll do another one. Nordo gets 5, Flick gets 4. She kind of stays on alert for a good 15-20 minutes just to make sure that it really is gone. But after some time, there's no more noises. Everything goes quiet again, and she once again tries to go get some sleep.
I use my primeval awareness.
Okay, that is still just humans, right?
for now.
You pop a primeval awareness. You don't sense any other humanoids within 5 miles of you.
Cool.
I've had that ambience video up this whole time, and it's so like deafening after a while.
Oh yeah,
It is.
It's real bad. I love it. Okay. Does anybody
What
have any other?
ambience?
That one. Does anyone have? Oh, right. Moat. Take your time, but at
Yeah.
some point, let me know which one of those you
Yeah.
pop.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a second.
And then you're gonna have to explain all of that to Voss.
Yes, yeah, because Norda comes running to you immediately to make sure things are okay and is going to want the story. So.
Voss kind of
I know I
stands up and brushes himself off when you run in panicking, run right past him. He's like, yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh, glad to see you, Vasudeva. Glad to see you both all right.
What happened?
I was about to ask you the same question. You and Vasudeva both just passed out about the same time as the dragon attacked. Your eyes were glowing and you were not responding. What happened to you guys?
I remember being in a dream, and there were these 3 skeletons locked away by ice. And then I remember picking one, but I don't remember which one quite yet. For some reason, that hasn't come to me.
For the tiefling.
Maybe you should take a seat.
Yeah, I think I need to sit down and, I don't know, read for a minute.
I do like the tea.
rest. I'm gonna make some tea, warm my bones a little bit.
Nor does you kind of make
He
your way
does.
into the kitchen.
Before I do that, before leaving Vasudeva, I do like place a hand on Vasu's shoulder. I'm like, I really am glad you're all right.
Oh yeah, me too.
Go start getting tea together.
Yeah. Notably, it's kind of dangerous being in the kitchen. It's not bad now because the wind has died down, but there's a pretty sizable gap in the wall here. Like, big enough for even you to potentially get through. And the kitchen is freezing, but, you're pretty sturdy, you're stable.
It's a magic stove. Does Toto have any more
Oh, the
repair
stove
left,
is
or I
fine.
gonna have to wait?
Oh, that's a good question.
I'm gonna start repairing them damages
All
that
right.
I caused.
To be fair, you caused some of it, and then you fixed most of what you caused, and then a lot more happened to it that wasn't your fault. While Moat is pondering, Flick, give me an insight check, Flick. Excellent. Carry on.
Perfect. I hate this.
No.
Just one really, really quick thing. I know I asked this last time. I had a similar little vision as I'm making the tea. I ponder back on that, and the place doesn't seem familiar to me at all. Not like a place I've actually been, or
Give me wisdom or nature. Or religion, although I don't think you're very good at that.
negative.
Can I religion?
If he tells anyone about it, possibly.
Yeah.
I haven't told anyone yet.
It's kind of just like a temperate tropical environment. You've been in a lot of them. Your home was kind of like it, but so was the place where you met the orcs. So what? Fuck, I should know all of these names. What is it? Tremus?
Tremus, yeah.
Yeah, Tremus.
In West Kona.
Yep, both of those locations were like it. It just kind of has this very temperate, jungle, equatorial sort of feel to it.
All right. Just get to making some tea.
All right. while Moat is thinking,
I'm sorry, this is a really hard choice.
Oh, I know. I figured it might be. The rest of the night does go smoothly. Gale, over the course of a few more hours, with the help of Magic and Mending and Toto, you're able to patch things up, at least to the point where people aren't just going to, like, slip and fall out of the ship. Do you have carpenters? I know you have, like, smiths and tinkers.
I have masons, but I don't have carpenters, and it's a real bitch.
Yeah.
So we do a lot of carpentry.
It does seem like you guys are doing a lot. Go ahead and give me tinker's tools. Oh, plenty. It's not perfect. You'll eventually want to take it into, like, a proper woodworking shop, but, like, it's plenty more than enough
money.
to keep it secure and keep the wind out, the elements out. You've got enough of your leftover supplies to sort of patch it up nicely. It looks a little bit, podunk. It looks like a beater. It looks like it's battle scarred, but it is airworthy. It's skyworthy. Those of you that do want to sleep, you are able to sleep soundly, and eventually, hours later, as Flick's sailing shift kind of comes to an end, the snow does kind of give way to just a very faint bluster. Your vision is returned. You can see probably a good 5-10 miles. You can see the sea, and just beyond it to the south, a faint speck of land that is kind of low to the earth. Looks like probably the direction that you were heading beforehand, and Flick is able to confirm it because he is a very good navigator. You are still heading in the correct direction. It is about 6:37 in the morning when you spot land on the horizon. Probably still a good 2 hours away.
Question.
Yeah.
When the dragon crash landed, can I go back and eat its brain?
If you want, you can ask Flick to turn around and go look for it.
I can ask this to just not move for a bit. I'll be back. I have 10 minutes of flight.
I think we're more than 10 minutes away.
I mean, like,
He could have done it.
I would have asked this the moment it died.
Yeah, quick rewind. Go ahead and have that conversation. See if you can.
Yeah.
You can talk to Flick.
Hi, Flick. Could you, like, just pause for a moment? I'm going to make sure that dragon is dead. Also, maybe eat its brain because I'm running out.
I'm going to make sure it doesn't catch us by keep going. I don't know if it died.
That
I
is
know
why
it
I'm
didn't
checking.
almost eat you, but I mean, that wasn't fun.
Yes, it mostly avoided me. I think it was very scary.
Probably.
It did say it wanted to eat, but also it wanted to fight.
I don't think you going off by yourself where there are dragons about is a good idea. Even if you just find little dragons, that's more than one person should be fighting against by themselves. We'll find you a brain once we land soon.
Alright. I think... What day is it today?
Let's find out. Actually, we are moving into a new day.
It's Wednesday.
So it is now Thursday morning. Or it's about to be Thursday morning.
Actually, I would know if it died or not because I had it hunter marked.
Yeah.
That's accurate. That is like an explicit thing that the spell notifies you of. You would be aware that it is not dead.
It's
Excellent.
not dead.
And it gives you. Go ahead and give me a wisdom check, Ace.
Not proficient?
Just a flat wisdom check for this. Yeah. You get the sense it's not dead, but it is far away. In other words, it seems to not be pursuing.
It is frightened.
Also, I could have sworn I got that updated. What's out of date?
I don't know if everybody else is. Mine should be 4 rage points and a max of 30.
Oh, that is definitely wrong, because Yule should be getting all of her bardic inspiration. What the hell? Why is that not working?
Yeah, Nomad should be 27 max and 5.
Alright, I'll take a look. That should be working. I gotta figure out why.
Are we getting a Song of Rest / lunch?
Oh, I know why it's not working. Just a second.
Song of Lunch.
The song of lunch. Yeah, Nordo will prepare like a fancy meal, and everyone can add +1 to each die that they roll, and presumably Yule's Song of Rest is just like a passive feature.
Yeah.
You makes a family breakfast.
After breakfast, I go to bed as I stayed up all night with Flick.
Yeah, those of you who stayed up all night, you can either give me a con save if you want to continue on into the next day, or you can go to bed now and just try to sleep in late to make up for it.
Voss is gonna sleep, or probably try to, and it's gonna take him a while because every time he gets close, he shuts his eyes and then he sees skeletons and he wakes up screaming again.
Oh no!
Nomad offers to let thoughts speak him to sleep.
No, Matt, I think I ate a skeleton.
How did you eat a
Or
skeleton? Was it
I-
whole?
It like turned into ash or something, and then it came up all in my face. Couldn't breathe for a second. I don't know. I'm real scared.
We have been facing so many of those skeletons that turn to dust. But do not worry, we are far away from skeletons now. The current issue is dragons.
Dragons.
Yes, dragons. Well, one dragon. I think it is far away now.
I can contest to that.
Yes, he attests to it. He knows very much about this sort of thing.
The dragons flying around out there.
Not
Oh, right.
currently.
Oh, there's
Oh,
still some.
jeez.
But
Thank
they're
you,
very
Nomad.
small.
Thank you, Nomad. Nomad, you've been a great help. Thank you. I will help him get to sleep.
Okay.
Come on. I'm going to sleep too. I'm exhausted.
I will build you a nest of blankets. This is what birds like, yes?
Yes, thank you. I'll sleep near Vasu to make him feel better, if it helps him.
Hold him. He is very small and fluffy.
Okay, so
Wait,
does anything
who
else
are
in
you
the dream
calling small?
happen?
Ace?
Me.
So
I have very soft feathers.
Yes.
So Moat, as you break the skeleton free, it crumbled into ashes, which poured out through the hole in the ice that you had made, swarmed around you and Vasu, and basically forced its way through your nose and mouth into your lungs, and then you both woke up. And by the time you realized what was going on and got to the deck of the ship, the rest of the party told you that there was a dragon that attacked, and that some big flash of orange light seemed to kind of engulf it after a big tentacle grabbed it by the neck and threw it backwards, and Gale blew it up with a massive flat cannon and Ace shot it in the face.
Got it.
But yeah, you have that now.
Oh, he gets a thing? He didn't even break the ice.
I wasn't even here for it, and I got it. Too.
He couldn't even hit the damn ice.
That does sound like Moat.
He did it like once. And then you did all the work after.
I'm so glad that Moat rolls like shit even when I can't roll for him.
He rolls like shit even in Dreamland, apparently. Like, this is Moat's dreams, and he wasn't hitting the ice in his dreams.
What do you mean? I was doing great work.
It's true. He was
I like to hear Vasu's rendition versus Moat's rendition and just see
Yeah.
how much more awesome Moat thought he was doing than what was really going on.
Alright, several more hours go by. Those of you who decide to try to sleep late are able to successfully get a good 6 hours of rest in. It isn't until about noon, maybe 1 or so, that you guys start to finally approach. It's Moat's turn to come take over for you. But looking down, you see just this enormous verdant island that is covered with these rolling tall mountains, jungles and trees that go for as far as the eye can see. Not a spot of civilization at first glance. Marshes near the lowlands and swamps that kind of have river deltas that eventually feed out into the ocean, feeding from lakes at the tops of these mountains. And even from up here, you don't really see much of it that is on the ground, but you see bright-colored bird. You see the scaly, widespread wings of pteranodons, those of you who may have encountered those before, which would probably be Ace, Nordo, maybe Flick. A couple of you have probably seen them before. Down below, you hear the loud roaring of tigers and tyrannosauruses. At one point, you see the long necks of some apatosaurs that kind of peek out from the jungle canopy and watch your ship begin to roll over. Getting Swiss Army Man up in this bitch.
Truly. I guess I need to raise my hand. I could just key up. At some point during the morning on the way to Larvalfell, Nordo approaches Nomad with his sketchbook in hand. And says, he kind of like gestures for you to connect.
I connect.
Perfect.
There.
Hey, friend Nomad, you mind if I show you something?
I would like to see.
He looks a little bit like unsure of how to ask the question he's about to ask. And like he doesn't want to step on your toes, but finally starts flipping through his sketchbook to the most recent page. And he says, this is a place I've seen sort of when I've been on the verge of death recently. I don't know how else to say it. I see this place, but I don't know where it is. I know your kind has a way of seeing things that you've never actually seen before. Does this place look familiar to you? Can I show you a sketch of a little tide pool pond with some like blue frond palm trees around it and a little piece of paper tacked to one of the trees?
Nordo, give me an art check. Do you have like painter's tools or any proficiency or anything?
So I get painter's tools proficiency next level. So I've been just
You're
like
working
role
on it.
playing,
Yeah.
practicing it this whole
Sure.
time.
Yeah, it's something you're practicing, you're working on. Go ahead and give me your choice of charisma or wisdom with half of your proficiency.
Okay.
Let's all pretend I have expertise in Arcana and History, because I have them next level as well.
Like if it's a
Ground
thing you're
proficiency up or
practicing,
down.
if it's a thing that you're actively working on and committing to taking, I might let you like sneak a small bit of the proficiency bonus onto it.
Yay!
Should I round the proficiency to 1 or 2?
Round down.
Okay.
Okay. Nomad, you take a look at this, and it looks like, you know, a talented child's drawing of a tropical tide pool. There's some crabs, there's some shells, there's a little palm tree. Notably, the palm tree has blue leaves, which is a distinguishing feature that a talented child would be able to do.
So condescending. A talented child.
Nine feels like the work of a talented child, like a child who's going to be really good at art when
It's
they
like
grow up.
sophomore in high school sort of art.
Yeah. Like it's good. It's not stick figures. It's not like a kid with a crayon. It's a kid that actually knows how art works.
Oh yeah, I get it. The kid is good at drawing. Yeah.
It's that kid in grade school
way
who's
better
really
than
good
anything
at
I
art.
can do. Like my average, if I were to draw something, is a 5, maybe 4. So I'm not knocking it.
Yeah, 15.
I look at this. I notice the blue. Can I figure out where blue palm trees would be?
Oh boy. Okay. Give me your choice of nature or religion, and these are both going to be really difficult.
Oh boy!
It's either Namek or Morio.
Oh my gosh, it could be.
I don't recognize
Is that
either of those
good
things,
enough?
but I assume they're weeb shit. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
Jesus.
One was a JoJo and one was a Dragon Ball Z. The fact that you didn't even get a Dragon Ball Z is real upsetting. Actually.
I didn't grow up on Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball
No.
Z is everything that I hate about anime.
Right?
Yeah,
It's screaming and lots of power.
right. It's too much power. It's power.
But
It's a male power fantasy.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
iconic.
It's
Boring.
all my characters have been.
Well, no man,
have been
because you keep rolling fucking nat 20s on important story stuff.
I love it. Story stuff.
Same.
So I imagine after this, I kind of put a hand over Nordo's head and try to get a vision. Like, this is just flavor. I don't actually have the ability to do this, right? I kind of like try and draw in what he thinks this place looks like, as well as like look into the picture.
And not knowing that you don't have that ability, Nordo closes his eyes and tries to just visualize it.
Keep talking to yourselves for like 90 seconds real quick.
Sure.
Nomad starts drawing out the actual image, like Sunny from iRobot.
Right.
Oh. You know how like some psychics, they like hold their hand over paper and they put it over fire and poof, suddenly the smoke forms. Like scorch marks on the paper, and it's in the shape of what you're thinking. We don't have fire. I have these torches. They don't emit like heat though. I do seem to surround myself in them. Like I've got little tiki luau thing going on with like green torches.
It's a little bit less ominous than the Disney villain thing I was expecting, but I still dig it.
I mean, he's trying. So it's like if I guess Lilo and Stitch, but with the Scar theme. Bit of Maleficent in there.
Alright.
I like it.
As you begin to sort of scan through these thoughts and look at this drawing and try to piece together what it reminds you of, you have another vision, as you seem so prone to do at important story critical moments. You find
hear
yourself...
in your head, oh shit. And then he goes into a vision like Raven.
You find yourself in the body of a very young lizard folk boy, who is...
Phrasing.
What? Okay, phrasing. Stop it, Frisk. You find... Okay, you have yourself an astral journey. You have a vision. Shut the fuck up. This boy is sitting cross-legged at sort of a river, and he's kind of playing with a stick and kind of tracing it through the river or whatever. And you hear some footsteps from behind you, and you turn around, and there's an older lizard folk woman that looks kind of similar, same scale color and everything like that. And the boy eventually just kind of asks in Draconic, which you understand through this vision, even if you don't speak it normally. What happens after you go? And she takes a seat next to him and begins to tell a story of a place that she calls the Celestial Pools, which is another plane, a faraway place that is not in this world. There's a mountain nearby where some people go, and there are valleys and rivers and beaches and cities and clouds and a place for everyone. There's a place for everyone. And many people think that our people go to the beaches or the tide pools or the jungles, and you can wander back and forth and explore forever, and you'd never see it all. There's more than you could ever see. It's a whole world. It's beautiful. There's food. There are living things. And if you're good and do what you're supposed to do and eat your breakfast and be a good hunter and listen to mom and dad, then that's where you'll go. And that's where your vision ends.
Oh.
But it sounds vaguely reminiscent of what he's just described.
Yeah. After I snap out of my vision, in Nordo's head, he hears, Nomad's voice say, "The Celestial Pool." It sounds a little more ominous, but it's not.
Where's that?
Nordo, give me a religion check.
Yeah, we'll wait for this first.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't pay a lot of religion in shaman class, but it's a name that you've heard once or twice before. It's kind of
Gotcha.
where some of the people thought that they went after they died. Not everyone. Some people thought it was just sort of an old wives' tale. Some people believe there were other places. Outsiders spoke of different afterlives. But it is one afterlife story that you have heard.
Gotcha. Okay, so after Nomad says that in Nordo's head,
Yeah.
he kind of...
Sorry, hold on. I'm breaking up. I need to restart.
While he's doing that, Moat, what's up?
So here's the deal. I know I said I had decided, but like, how long do I have to decide?
Until you use one of them. Like, try to commit by the end of the session, I guess, or like sooner.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'm back. What did I miss?
Nothing. Nordo, after you tell him the name Celestial Pool, he just goes like, I wasn't sure there was anything after death, so I guess that's the place then, huh?
Neither was I suppose. But there are many places after death. I suppose it depends on the deity you worship. At least that is the common belief. Notably, the Celestial Pool is where people who do good go to in the end. Place with adventure and many new experiences. I saw through the eyes of lizard folk. I do not know if they have the same culture as turtles, but they spoke of it, and they mentioned beaches like in this drawing.
That sounds like a nice place. I'm not a devout person myself, but who knows? Maybe just a fever dream, something I remembered from another life or something. Thank you, friend Nomad. I appreciate your help.
Anytime, friend Nord. Do remember you are a better person than you think.
Nordo kind of like awkwardly doesn't know how to take that compliment and just sort of like shuffles off with his sketchbook. But he gives you a little clap on the shoulder first.
I nod and just be like, ow.
Vazu?
My questions just hinge on whatever Moat decides and whatever
Yeah,
he
same. I want to talk like
retroactively
Moat.
tells me.
All right.
Don't let you Moat.
This decision doesn't affect any RP, so continue.
It's just insert skeleton here.
Yeah, it literally doesn't matter. Just say skeleton if you have questions.
One
Boy,
way or
the
another.
skeleton you picked, huh?
Yeah. He picked one of them. He's still deciding which one it was.
Do I recognize any of these skeletons? Are they important to me? Do they?
Oh boy. Based on what the fuck is this checks that you've already made in the past, no idea.
Perfect. Love that.
But in your mind, you know exactly who they are because you're Moat and you are great at everything. So now what?
Okay,
Now,
no.
or yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I'll just stick with my original choice. So if it matters at all, I chose the sword.
All right. The gnoll with the sword held upright in front of him. The largest of the three skeletons.
Size queen.
So, it's a very rapid change of environment from where you just came from, reinforcing the idea that whatever you just experienced was very supernatural or magical in nature. Because now the temperature has returned to kind of this tropical, temperate environment that you were experiencing beforehand. A little bit warmer than that, even. There's this heavy, muggy feeling. Even all the way up here, probably a good 5 or 6, more than that, probably a good 800 or 900 feet. There are dragonflies that occasionally buzz around the ship. Some of them land momentarily, the size of like a baseball glove. Bright colors, these big yellow eyes. then they kind of flitter off. There are a couple flocks of pteranodons that kind of do a pass, but then, they see that you're bigger than them, and they don't really seem like they're hunters to begin with. They're more scavengers. But yeah, you see just this sprawling expanse of jungle below you.
Well, this is a sudden climate shift.
I do my primeval awareness.
Okay. Give me a luck check. You get 2 or 3 little patches here and there of humanoid groups. I'm going to say that you get like 8 individual groups that are kind of spread out in various directions, all kind of either ahead or to the side of you on this island.
I get exact numbers.
And their exact numbers range between 4 and 12 per group. You kind of get the sense they're just little clusters or clans of people that are spread out in this jungle.
How far away is the largest one, and how close are they?
The largest one is 12 people. They are about 4 miles away to your 10 o'clock.
All right, guys. I'm picking up some little patches of people here and there. Not many people. 4, 12 here. 12 seems to be the biggest, and it's that way direction, about 4 miles.
Can you tell if they are friendly?
Negatory.
You learned their favorite color?
Green.
Seems like
I
a
like
safe bet.
I will bring my torches.
Except that one guy likes blue a lot, but he doesn't talk about it. It's complicated.
Ew.
And just remind me, Flick, we came here for your contract with 3Me's back at the Crosswinds, and he wanted you to come here and find a star chart. Is that correct?
I thought I was an observatory, but I'm probably wrong. I don't remember. It's been a long time.
I'm just saying, like, if he wanted a star chart, there's a city right where he's at the docks.
I might be meta misremembering, but I thought that he asked you to go to some observatory and find a star chart and bring it back to him, maybe?
Maybe it's a specific
Maybe.
star chart.
That sounds possibly right.
I might be
Heck.
completely wrong.
All of you
I
were
mean-
present for the conversation. Anybody who wants can give me an int check to try to remember it.
I've got it.
I'll do it.
I will try.
Do I? Okay.
Hey, there you go.
Flick has been doing this for a very long time. He knows that he's bad at remembering, so he's smart enough to write it into a journal. You flip back a few pages and you find that you are looking for the Sunken Observatory of Isamalia, and you are searching for some sort of a star chart.
So you're both right. And both completely wrong. There are no path marks.
And, in fact, did you say there are flying creatures around here? Pterodactyls and such?
Yeah, pteranodons, giant dragonflies, lots of brightly colored parrots and birds, all sorts of stuff.
Excellent.
Oh no.
Nordo just looks at the party and is like, well, if we want to try to get one of those creatures up here, I can try talking to him, see what I can find out about the island. But if y'all want to maybe try to get a little closer, we can attract something up here.
Doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Are we gonna murder them again?
I hope not. Hey,
No,
should we Reginald?
geese are evil, and that's just who they are. That's why we murdered those geese.
Nordo kind of shrugs and is like, well,
Hey,
food's food,
my aunt
but-
is a goose.
That's no way to speak about your family.
What?
I mean it. She's a goose.
Oh, okay. You were being literal.
Yeah.
Food's food, but I've never been partial to hurting an animal that helped me out. I'd usually like to let them go after, but, we do gotta eat.
How are our what's the word I'm looking for here? Pantries. Looking at.
We're still good for like 2 more weeks, I think.
Yeah,
Oh,
there was a little bit of damage to the kitchen, but like all that stuff is tucked into cupboards and stuff, so you're mostly okay.
Joke's on you. You preserved our food. You've made us stronger, dragon.
Who needs the cold crates?
That's up, Mo.
At some point, as we approach this island, I just find my way to Vasu if he's around. and I just hey Vasu, how you holding up?
Oh, I'm doing all right, considering I think I got 2 skeletons in me right now. How you doing?
I'm feeling really good. That was some wacky shit. Have you ever been to that place before?
No, and if I can have any say in it, I'd really prefer to never go back.
Oh, I think we might have to.
Oh, jeez. What do we got? We got to get those other 2 skeletons out of there. I don't think I can fit so many in me, pal.
I don't know about that, but it just did it not feel kind of like a real place to you?
Kinda. Definitely cold. Definitely felt
Just
like real cold.
just seems more like a calling than just some passing dream. I don't know, maybe I'm just prone to these things. You know, I had a weird dream the other night before this one about a wing of fire flying into me.
Oh, you too?
Wait, you had the same dream?
Yeah.
You know,
That one
Vasu,
actually, that one felt kind of nice though.
really that one just kind of felt like a dream to me, but this last one felt uh important. I'm starting to think that maybe, kind of like how I ran into Nordo through a dream, that maybe you and I are supposed to be together.
Oh, jeez. Uh, I'm young. I'm a young guy. I got my whole
Not
life ahead of me. I'm not looking for that kind of commitment right now. I like you, but
no, and I'm not looking for that kind of commitment either.
okay.
Like in a astral
Oh,
sense.
you're talking about some like destiny or some shit.
Yeah, you know. I think we are meant for a greater purpose.
Yeah, I think my mom would like you.
I'm sure your mom's a lovely lady.
Oh yeah, she's real into that astral chart bullshit too. Sorry, I don't mean to offend or nothing. I just
No, offense taken.
she calls me like a Capricorn, and it's like, Ma, I'm not a fish goat. I'm a bird. I'm a bat.
Right.
They're on like opposite ends of the spectrum. I mean,
They really are. Anyway, I'm not here to push anything. I was just checking in.
no, I appreciate the thought. If we do end up having to go back there, though, you're gonna I think a little more of an explanation on why we're breaking out skeletons that are then, you know, turning into dust and shit.
You ever just see an opportunity and know you're meant for it?
And not really. I'm very indecisive.
Just felt like I had to. But
All right.
next time I'll give you some warning.
Thank you.
All right. Nordo, you
Yeah,
you see lots of wildlife.
Yeah, I sit down on the deck and I get my tobacco pouch out and start packing my pipe and look at the rest of the party and just say, somebody get me a bird. And I start chanting in my like orcish chant, and the tattoos start shifting and moving, and I start smoking my tobacco with my eyes closed, and it takes me 10 minutes to cast.
Did you say someone get me a bird?
I did, because I need somebody to fetch a bird so I can
So
start.
I start listening to the bird sounds around me, and I start mimicking like the mating sounds of a native bird
Okay.
to try to draw a bird here.
Sure. Yeah, you're very good at that. Give me performance with advantage.
I just look for my bird that I haven't seen in 2 months.
Oh, it has been exactly 10 days now, I think.
Nomad literally just reaches over the side of the ship and grabs a bird. Like a pigeon, brings it up.
Let me double check. I think it has actually been exactly 10 days. And the plan was you were going to pop him back and see if he had found anything unless he found it earlier, and then he would try to find you and report it.
So, like, for theming reasons, I basically was just saying he should just come back because he's a mechanical bird, and him just like pooping in and out of existence doesn't make much sense.
It doesn't make a lot of sense.
But that being said, I mean, he's technically is just a fine familiar, so I could have pooped him back at any point. It's just
Yeah, we'll say
He's charged with magic.
yeah, he's charged, like, he's probably got some sort of, like, blink mechanism, just so that we don't have to explain how he flies from, like, the material plane to the plane of fire eventually.
Spoilers.
You guys aren't ever going to the plane of fire. What am I talking about?
No way. Not with Moat and Basu on the team.
Never see that happen.
Definitely not. Fire couldn't be us.
But yeah, it has been 10 days. If you would like, you can choose to retrieve him too, at which point he miraculously shows up very, very nearby. Kind of.
I found a bird, Nordo, but it is mechanical.
my boy. He's back.
Yeah, he kind of like. Okay, go ahead.
I can't wait for the hand raise. I need you to remove that tick from this boat right now.
Where is it? Hang on. Where's the tick?
It's on Yule.
Oh, it is.
Yeah,
oh,
peculiar.
Jesus,
Okay.
that's horrifying.
All right, the tick is gone. So as Ace is performing his very impressive mating call, this mechanical bird does kind of flutter over with the sound of like a little, like those little wind-up rubber band airplanes. Kind of flutters back over to Gale, and it lands with a little thunk and kind of these brass claws kind of clacking at the deck. And it starts running in circles, doing that little parrot hop that birds do, like running in figure eights between his legs. And reporting with like this dot matrix printer noise the entire time that Gale can understand. And it's like, oh, I saw so many things. I saw exciting things. There were lots of things. I didn't see your friend. I saw lots of friends that looked like your friend, but they weren't your friend. I know your friend because we spent a lot of time on the water boat that was under the water, and I didn't see him. But I saw other things. You want to hear what I saw?
I'm gonna have to fix your programming, but sure.
Oh, there were so many things. There were birds like me, but bigger, and they were made of meat and feathers. And I asked them, why are you made of meat and feathers? And they're like, why are you not made of meat and feathers? And I'm like, well, this is way cooler, because look what I can do. And he does this little bloop, bloop, and he kind of pops off to a different spot of the ship. And then he walks back over doing that weird parrot hop. I saw some gnolls, and I saw some people walking in the desert. And the people in the desert had this big tarp, and it was covering up a rock. And I tried to get close to look at them, and they shot me. But I got away. I was okay. That was cool. But they were going towards the place that you were going, and I saw your ship, and I was like, I should go say hi, but that was my mission. So I didn't do it. I kept looking vigilantly, because that's my job. But maybe you saw them, because they were going that way. Anyway, don't go close, because they'll shoot you. I saw a really big lighthouse that had 4 legs, like a spider, and it was walking on the beach.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
I don't think we can understand this guy, unfortunately.
Definitely not, but
This whole thing just sounds like a dot matrix printer to everyone else.
Oh God, what's it doing? It sounds awful.
It's making the dial-up sound.
Horrible dial-up connection sound.
Hopping
I'm
around
reading
in
its
circles.
mind. I think I can understand.
It has no mind. It's artificial.
It has a semblance of a mind, but telepathy doesn't let you listen in unless you're a flump. Like, it has to send something to you.
Are you sure?
So, yes. So Fierro said that there was a lighthouse on legs walking on the beach. Which seems weird,
A little bit.
but
yeah.
but more importantly, I think he saw the people that you're looking for, Basu. He saw some people in the cart, a bunch of gnolls that had like a stone covered in a tarp, and I can only assume.
Oh, really? Where do you see him heading?
They were heading to where we were heading. This was a few days ago, though.
I slept 0 times, because I'm not made of meat and feathers. But if I did sleep, it would be 7 sleeps ago.
You know what? It's been a while since you've been on the ship, and we have a new friend here. Why don't you meet Shu?
Shu is made of almost entirely feathers, and also some meat.
That's correct.
I don't like it. It's too small. It's much cuter than I am.
Shu does that that thing that owls do, where they stand up and poof out.
Ooh, it got bigger. I like it now.
Where the fuck did this thing come from? Why is it made of metal? I hate it. Get it off of my ship. Vasu, it's staring at me. I hate it. It looks like Grandma.
I ship.
I ship this so hard.
Ship the mechanic, Edward Scissorbird, and
Shu
The
just,
fiend owl.
Shu just like stares from behind like Vasu's shoulder for a few seconds, and then like hops back out and hoots. And if anybody could understand Shu, they would know that he was just like, "Blink, motherfucker!"
It is about this time that the entire ship rocks a tiny little bit, as a 7-foot-tall parrot lands right on the deck next to Ace, uncomfortably close to him.
Oh, how close am I to done with my casting?
I want it.
Hey, you made a friend.
Is it like a regular ass parrot, or is this a miracle?
Sure, but it's 7 feet tall and seems
Right.
very interested in Ace.
Speaking of OTPs,
And it begins loudly screeching your noises back at you, Ace.
All right, Nordo, I think it's your turn.
I say, how close am I to my 10 minutes?
It's been about that time. You're good.
Perfect. Hey, friend. Welcome aboard. We got some questions for you if you don't mind.
Oh no, is this a trap? Oh, I knew it was a trap. I'm leaving.
Not a trap. Not a trap. Here, have something to eat. I handed it some food from my bag of cook's utensils.
You sure it's not a trap?
Not a trap at all. We're just new around these parts and looking to get some information if you have time to share.
Let me see your mouth. Let me see your mouth, man.
I open my mouth.
Okay, no teeth. Alright, okay. What do you need?
We're looking for an observatory. Not sure if you know what that would look like. A place where a man-made thing, a building. Looking for a star chart.
Man-made thing.
It's a place where man folk go to look at the stars. You ever see something like that?
Maybe. Hang on. Lots of, like, people. There's an open sky, no trees, because there's a river. It's a valley. It's around here somewhere. I don't know, I see it sometimes.
You think if I ask real nice, you'd be able to fly to it for me? We don't need to follow you or nothing. Just, I wouldn't mind to watch you go.
Give me persuasion or animal handling.
Can I give him advantage by continuing singing and then like nuzzling against the bird?
Oh God.
Why don't do that?
What the heck?
Are you honey potting the parrot?
God. This is the dirtiest yes I've ever given. But yes.
Honeyparrot.
Oh, you didn't even need it.
it.
It's even
You just
dirtier
honeyparroted
now.
for nothing.
Okay. Alright.
at
It's a
least we have
date.
an episode title.
All right, now just sit with me
Honeyparrot?
for a couple more minutes. I gotta do some more things. Just keep working on those snacks I gave you. And what else can you tell me about these islands? What should we be aware of? before we
Everything's a
go down
trap. Everything's a trap. It's all a trap. Everything wants to eat you. Everything's bigger than you. Always look for the teeth. If it has teeth, it'll eat you. If it doesn't have teeth, it'll probably still eat you, but it'll be slow and painful. The plants are alive.
That's-
The bugs are alive. The dinosaurs are alive. The water's alive. The rocks are alive. Everything is alive, and it all wants to eat you.
Everything's alive and it all wants to eat us. That's good advice. Do you want to eat us?
Kinda. That guy looks real. Ooh. And it kind of like locks eye with Yule. It's like, ooh, what's that? Can I have that? Is that food? Is that the snack? And it starts like doing that parrot hop thing
now
over towards Yule.
Remember our arrangements. We're gonna just sit nice for a few more minutes here while I finish my work, and you just fly on off to that place we talked about. We don't want any trouble. I'm sure you don't either.
Okay. But that looks real tasty. What is it?
It's poisonous. You don't want to eat it.
Everything's poisonous. Why is everything
Everything's
poisonous?
a trap. You know better. You know better than to just eat things. You know
right.
everything's a trap around here.
You're right. Don't eat strange things. Okay. All right. Okay. And it waits patiently, and then eventually, when you're ready, kind of starts to
As
just.
soon as I finish that beast sense, I send it off.
All right. It takes off and it starts to fly, kind of towards the northeast. And it does kind of this zigzaggy pattern. Like, it's not even really 100% sure where this is. It just knows it's seen it a few times before and is trying to see if it can find it again. What is that? That'll last for 1 hour? That's a good amount of time.
Yeah.
Give me a luck check with advantage. And then one of these. Eventually, about 35 minutes into this just wandering, kind of flying aimlessly, after a few close calls with pteranodons that were big enough to, possibly pose a threat to this thing, and a couple of stops at some trees to just sort of observe and look around at things that were very obviously not a human settlement, it does eventually kind of catch a glimpse of something bright white in the treetops. And it does a quick circle around it. And you're able to confirm that it is an airship. A pretty small one. But you see that it is kind of lowering down into what appears to be sort of a valley that is almost impossible to see if you're not tracking an object that is going into it. But you do see that it kind of does a circle around this airship as it lowers itself down into this valley. And as it passes over, for just like a very brief second, you can see that there is a ravine that cuts down for probably a good 400 or 500 feet, almost entirely obscured by all just the jungles and mountains around it. But there is a river that seems to run through that ravine, and you can see that there is another airship with these dark red sails and these bright kind of brass wings on its sides that is docked next to some old stone ruins of some sort. And you just get like a very quick flash of this vision before he flies over, and he does like one or two more passes. And then eventually, after another 15 or 20 minutes or so, your beast sense fades out. And all of this was kind of roughly to the northeast-ish. And you saw like a mountain peak that was sort of recognizable. You might be able to kind of guide yourself back to that spot based on what you saw.
Gotcha. Okay. Norda, who has been just like sitting on the ground cross-legged for an hour with his eyes closed, wakes back up. Well, Flick, were you expecting any company here? There were a couple of airships in the place we're headed, it looks like.
He didn't say anything about that. I wasn't really sure what to expect when we came down here. So no, not really.
The bird led me sort of in that direction over there and found a valley. Couldn't really see it very well from anywhere but super up close, but there was an airship landing in the valley as he flew by, and another airship down there. It was over in the direction of that mountain.
I'm going to do primeval awareness. Is that anything? Do I sense any humanoids in that area?
You do sense a couple patches in that direction. The mountain is still a
That
good
distance?
They're probably between 3. Like, there's one patch at 3 and one patch at 5. The mountain he points out is probably a good 9 or 10 miles away. And the bird had flown God, I'm so bad at basic math. This is going to be like a lightning speed bird when I do the math later. But you get the feeling the bird had flown probably a good 7 or 8 miles before it spotted that.
Okay. Nordo starts to just slowly like stand up and depend on how much we trust the opinions of parrots. It's a dangerous place down there. Apparently everything's a trap. Everything's alive, including the plants and the rocks and the animals, and they all want to eat us.
Sounds nice.
That parrot looked really dumb.
Did that parrot look really dumb?
I mean, it looked like a very large parrot. It depends on if you think parrots are dumb, I guess.
Did
Oh,
you like?
parrots are very intelligent creatures, and that's why it bothered me that that parrot looked so dumb.
What do you mean looked so dumb? Exactly.
I don't know, just something about the way that he was like cocking his head and the way he talked. He sounded dumb
I think he
for
had.
such an intelligent bird.
I think he had feelings for you, little orc, and grandmother. He wanted to eat you. You should be thankful I talked him out of it.
Oh wow.
I convinced him you were poisonous, grandmother, so you might want to hold up that ruse. We run into any more parrots down there.
How do you act poisonous?
Suppose I didn't think that all the way through, but
Start spitting up green stuff.
maybe she can use some of her sorcery or something.
Right?
Paint like bright red.
Yeah, the more colorful the creature, the more poison. Are parrots very poisonous?
Extremely poisonous.
Either way, I'm happier here than I was back in that icy nightmare back there. This is more at home for me.
It's pleasant.
Yes. Sorry you guys had to fight off that dragon.
I'm really glad that you and Vasu had a nice nap.
It was delightful.
It
It was only a little
hardly fight.
traumatizing.
Invigorating, really.
You feeling any better this morning, Moat? You looked a little shook up last night.
I'm feeling on top of the world. I've been having some weird dreams lately, Nordo, and I just know I'm where I'm supposed to be.
It's funny you say that. I had a bit of a strange, I don't know, dream, I guess, myself.
What was yours about?
I don't know if it was really a dream, so to speak. It was when we were fighting the dragon. It sort of, well, it got me pretty close there close to the end, and little dragon helped me out, but in the couple seconds I wasn't conscious, I saw a little tide pool, blue palm trees, a little piece of paper pinned to a tree, but I wouldn't have thought anything of it, except I've seen something like it once before back in the Dwarf Giant's Keep.
Does that sound familiar to me? I'm assuming not.
Ugh, it's gonna be religion. What's great at this?
His favorite
Yeah,
terrain.
Yeah.
It never, ever, ever fails. I want
That
to know what
sounds
Moat's like
interesting.
campaign average religion check is.
Right?
Oh my
Somebody's gotta be
god, it's
doing
gonna be
stats.
so bad.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
if
rolled a
think much of
31.
Makes me feel a lot better about my rolls in general.
That's why they keep me around.
I don't know if I think much of it. It may just be hallucinations on the cusp of death or something, but it was just odd that I've seen it twice. Nomad thinks it might be something.
I'm tend to agree with Nomad here, but I know you're not keen on the idea.
Let's see what we find here.
Alright. If you're going to try to help Flick kind of make his way in that direction, I guess Flick and Nordo, each of you guys give me a survival check as you work together to, like, reproduce the steps that bird took.
I'm going to constantly be pinging my primary awareness to make sure that we're not going to be snuck up by humanoids.
Yeah. That's actually going to help them find this place, too. If you can make it even vaguely in the right direction, you'll ping it eventually.
Can I just help him, considering my survival's 0?
Yeah, you could also use navigator's tools if you're better at that. Or you can just help him. Either way's fine.
I'm just gonna help him.
Okay. Okay. 13, you start heading in the right direction. It takes you a little longer than you'd expect because you kind of follow the initial direction that it was going for too long before you remember that it made a left turn. But eventually, after probably an hour, around 2 in the afternoon, sweltering hot, basically everybody is either indoors or trying to stay under the shade of the balloon, lest they roast. Ace, your primeval awareness does ping a large collection of humanoids very suddenly at the 5 mile mark, and then you kind of point them in the right direction. And you can
How many people?
At first, it's like 124, and then it's like 500, and then it is about 2,500, and then by the time you think you've got like everyone in range, it's probably ballpark 17,000 ish.
I think we might be coming across the city.
A hidden city.
And sure enough, as you say, a hidden city. Somebody spots directly below you, very easy to miss. Just this tiny little sliver of blue that is glinting off of the sunlight. And there are these stone buildings that are nestled into the cliffside of a ravine that follows a stream. And you can see a couple of
pretty.
airships. There's only one on the map, but there is one that is pretty large, actually, much bigger than your ship. That is this dark red sails and these brass wings on its sides. And then you see a much smaller one with a little white balloon that is actually even smaller than your ship.
Yeah. You should make like tiny tokens of these ships that you can move around.
I should. I really should.
I think you just crop that one from the map, right? Something
Probably.
like that.
Is there anything in here that looks like an observatory?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Do you even? Would Nordo know what an observatory looks like? I'm trying to think.
Don't even know. I have
maybe
to,
the
probably
monk.
not, because I have to ask Ace what the orcish word is for observatory to start with.
That's fair. You can give me a perception check still to kind of get a feel for what you see down there. Taking a look around, everything down there appears to be stone construction and old, ruined even. Very, very old. You can see that there are occasional, canvas tents, little bits of color where people have set up just tiny market stalls. But you don't see, modern architecture of any sort. It looks like these people have kind of just found an old ruined civilization and started inhabiting it. And you don't really, you're not entirely sure what you're looking for with an observatory, but you do know the principle is generally that you need a clear view of the sky. And there are a couple of buildings near the center of this ravine that do, but a lot of them are built into the cliffside, which would make them very impractical for use as an observatory. So kind of hard to say.
Okay. I look at Flick and I'm like, now, this looks like a nice little place, but it wouldn't be the first time we landed in the wrong town. Do we want to stop here or keep searching for the observatory elsewhere? What do you think?
I mean, it's called the Sunken Observatory. There's some water here, but I don't see any water deep enough. It looks like a whole building could be in it. I
Maybe.
mean,
Perhaps only the top peeks out now.
possibly.
Maybe someone here would have some information, perhaps.
Could
That's
be
what I'm
sunken.
thinking.
It could be sunken into the ground and not necessarily sunken into water.
I hadn't thought of that. Possibly.
And
It'd be
if
better to.
anyone-
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I was just thinking, if anybody's going to know the area, it's going to be the people living here. And as long as that we're sure that we aren't walking into another, vampire-infested location, then I think it should be okay.
Yeah, these are people.
Nordo hears that and immediately scans for vampires.
I do my primary awareness. How many humanoids are within a mile of us? Only a mile, not all. Not.
Oh boy, so a mile is probably a good third, maybe half of this city, and you probably get something in the ballpark of 8,900-ish.
It's a pretty big city.
Do you think they like mind flayers there?
Most likely not.
That one.
I
Must
don't know
we
anything about
Reginald?
mind flayers.
That's true.
Notably, as you guys are kind of talking back and forth, and Ace gives you that number, that is a good perception check, Nordo. You've been impressed by the modern societies that you've seen. You might not really have a good grasp on how many people 18,000 people really is, but you don't see 18,000 people down there. Like, if you were to just make a really quick ballpark estimate, maybe 3,000 or 4,000. So in other words, you think Ace is picking up a lot more humanoids than you see.
Gotcha.
Do they feel like some of them are more deep underground?
It's certainly possible. Like, they're
Or
all
hidden
below
in
you
the
right
jungles.
now because you're up in the air. But yeah, there are lots of places to hide.
The Lork, you said there were how many people down there?
Insert voice of the DM now.
Does this sometimes?
Like
It's the voice of
18
God.
Like 18,974. There you go.
Got it.
You count very fast, Brother Bird.
It's one of my strong suits.
Well, if we're looking for a sunken observatory, I think there must be some sunken people as well or something. There's 2, 3, maybe 5,000 if we're being generous people down there, but nowhere near that many.
Well, we have no other clues, so it looks like we might want to go down. Do we want to land further from this civilization and trek through the forest?
The bird said that everything is trying to eat us. I feel like I'd rather take my chances with the things that might not want to eat me. I know that some people
Yeah.
eat people, but
I, for one, like taking my chances on monsters than on people, but I'll opt for whatever y'all think is best.
Does it look like there's like a place to like land our ship?
You look over and you do see that both of the airships have kind of stopped right next to this tall stone building that has what looks like they used to be a series of like sister bridges that crossed the ravine, but have long since crumbled, making kind of like a makeshift air harbor.
do I see any giant altars with blood spilling down them or heads on spikes?
Give me a perception check. You don't. However, as you're looking more closely at everything, especially near the harbor, you recognize the dark red sails of the one ship because they have on them the golden emblem of a lion with a monocle and a top hat, and a very large SSLC across the side.
Do I see that?
Once it's pointed out, you definitely could.
Well,
Yeah, so
didn't
that's
expect
there.
it to be here of all places, but I suppose it had to be somewhere.
What is here?
Let's just keep our distance from that ship whenever we land.
All right. So all in favor for going down?
Yep.
Alright, so where would you guys like to try to find a spot to kind of drop your rope and climb down the rope ladder? Feel free to just like ping anywhere on the map. Okay. I got one over here, I got one over there. One over there. Flick is currently, or I think Moat is currently the one controlling the ship, so I'll let Moat make the final decision.
Where were people pinging? Sorry.
One person pinged here, and one person pinged here. And now one person's there, and one person's pinged there.
How close do you want to get to this ship, Nordo? I know you don't want to. You want to avoid them, but like, they're who you're looking for, right?
I want to board that ship and kill every person on it, so I'm not the best person to ask.
All right, that's fair. That works.
Okay. You guys kind of bring the ship down and over towards this large stone building that seems to be suspended between the two sides of the ravine. And as you kind of get lower, you do see that lots of these people are kind of just busily walking back and forth on the bridge, and they seem to pay very little mind to you. Nobody stops and gawks. Nobody really seems to get ready to greet you or receive you. And as you get within maybe 150, 250 feet, you can see that the people here are these tall, four-armed, insect-like humanoids. In a variety of different colors, ranging from yellow to black to these kind of striped red and blue. They look sort of between mantises or ants. A few of you have probably seen them before, especially Ace, maybe Nomad, probably Nordo. You recognize them as Three Crane.
What do I know about Three Creen?
Give me a history check or a nature check.
Can I try as well?
20.
You can.
17 for history.
Both of you are about as familiar. Ace, just a tiny bit more. Both of you would be aware that they are generally very industrious. They're not quite to the same level of a hive mind as mind flayers, but they're pretty close, and they do even have some degree of telepathy that they use to communicate with each other. They're typically not very ambitious in the fields of creativity and industry and politics. They're kind of just survivalists. They're trying to get by. They do a lot of underground burrowing. They tend to kind of have these vast cavernous expanses that they use for homes. They're typically ruled by a queen that changes every 10 to 20 years just as the old one dies and a new one is trained up. Nomad would be particularly aware of the fact that some of them have some degree of psionics. Telepathy is found in a lot of them, not all of them, but probably half. Enough that it is a very common racial trait. Ace would probably know a little bit more about their their survival capabilities, the fact that they have a paralytic poison that they can bite with every now and then, the fact that they're usually very strong, they're good jumpers, they have the ability to camouflage for short bursts of time to help them hide better. Yeah, you know a little bit about them. They are typically...
Do they live...
not indifferent. They typically don't really care about other humanoid races until they become either competitors for food or hunters that kind of encroach on their territory. It's possible to coexist with them. They're not kill on sight, but they're also not especially friendly. They're kind of just very neutral.
Do they usually live in really large colonies?
Yes, massive. And most of those colonies are typically underground, which explains your findings earlier.
Have we unlocked the Three Keen player race?
It has been unlocked, but yeah, sure.
I was not aware this was an option.
Dude, you picked a fucking
You're a mind flayer.
Everything
That's
is an
true.
option.
I know. But we don't have a stat block for them.
If you said, hey, I want to play a 3 green, I would have made a stat block, like I did for your mind flayer.
But we made that stat block a long time ago, before this.
Anyway.
If you die, you can come back as a 3 Crane or whatever.
I don't know.
But as you lower your rope and kind of find a spot that you can anchor onto this old stone building, nobody really bothers you or interrupts you as you all kind of climb down, and you find yourself standing on a very old, decrepit, ancient stone bridge in the middle of sort of a busy walkway surrounded by 3 green that are paying no mind to you. Norda.
Yeah, as we park the ship and before we all get off, as we're all kind of gathering our things, Norda sort of over ceremoniously has everyone hey, can I talk to y'all for just a minute? Sort of gathers everyone up on the main deck. And he says,
now is this a talk, or do you just want to talk?
This is
That's an important
just-
distinction.
This is not a Vasudeva just want to talk to you. I just actually want to talk to y'all.
Oh, okay.
You see that ship over there? And he points to the ship that has the curly-headed lion with the top hat and SS SL on or SSL on. And
Yes.
he's like, I've got business with that company, with the man who runs it. I owe you all a full explanation, and I will give it to you, but if you all could just do me a kindness while we're down here and keep an eye out for, well, two people, actually. One's a turtle, turtle girl. Looks a lot like me. At least she did last time I saw her, but it's been many years. But if you see any turtles that bear resemblance, be so kind as to let me know. The other is a human man, pale skin, a little bit of blue tint to it, old, wrinkled, thin, wispy white hair, shallow, narrow eyes, nose squat and flat. And as he describes this person, he like closes his eyes and like you can see he's recalling every single detail of a person's face. And he sort of opens them and just says, I got business with that man and I'm looking for that turtle. And maybe we ought to keep our distance from that ship.
Understood.
Is
How
that man
do
a vampire?
I don't know if he's a vampire or what he is. I just know he's responsible for every terrible thing that's ever happened to me. And I'd very much like to, I'd like to talk to him
In the Vasu way.
in the Vasi way. But I don't expect this is the best place to have that talk, but would like to keep an eye out.
Whatever justice he deserves, we'll find. Also, how do you tell the male turtles from the female turtles? I'm not quite.
Out of character, I don't know if there are obvious cues, but Nordo does. So Nordo
Oh,
looks
the girls wear bows.
The girls all wear bows and dresses.
They have bigger eyes and longer eyelashes, and they all have a pink bow. No,
It's the lipstick.
they actually don't have a lot of dimorphism. Some of their features on their shell are a little bit softer, and their noses tend to be just like a little bit spinier. But that's kind of it. It would be a hard read for anyone but a turtle, or maybe a
Up
lizard
note.
folk.
What about a ranger who specializes in humanoids?
Yeah, you're better than
Yeah.
the typical person would be.
Nordo does
Wow,
point out a couple
thanks.
like distinguishing things. He says,
Yeah.
these my colorations, these sort of like spines on my elbows, my knees, the horns on my shell, those are all sort of indigenous to my homeland. She would have those as well.
Mhm.
And the other thing is just that she would also have one of these. And he turns around and points to the back of his neck where there is a tattoo of a set of broken manacles, but the tattoo is still pretty clearly like covering up a brand. And he says she would have this brand as well.
Okay. Now that I think of it, do you think they would have more than one turtle?
I suppose they certainly would. They would. They certainly would.
Would it matter what happened to the others, or just this one?
Someday I wouldn't mind to help out everyone, but for right now, just the one I'm looking for. Her name's Leah. L-I-A.
Leah.
Leah.
Like I said, I'll tell you all everything once we get it somewhere a little more private.
Understood. And I collect my torches.
Do you bring them with you?
We might need them, right?
I take my battle axe off my hip and swing it over my shoulder as I get off the ship.
All right.
He means business.
Everybody's able to make their way off the ship, safe and sound.
I have something.
Sure. Oh yeah, let's go and run through this real quick. Ace, what's up?
Do I know what are the common languages that these insectoid humanoid people speak?
Yeah, you would know that they have a language of their own, which is very difficult to pronounce if you don't have the right anatomy for it. It is literally just called Three Kreen. You, because you are a Kenku, can mimic exact words that you have heard them say. You would have a very hard time doing any sort of improvisation. However, a lot of the time, the ones that have telepathy resort to telepathy because it's a little faster and cleaner.
Do they also speak common, or is it just strictly that language?
Every once in a while, if one specific job is to deal with trade or like politics, it's very rare for them to interact with other species in the first place. But every once in a while, one might try to learn another outsider's language. They speak it very poorly, which is why they usually just pick somebody with telepathy to do it instead.
Cool. That's all I needed.
Can we make friends with one?
Maybe. Just let it happen naturally.
Nomad, what's up?
Oh no, that was it already.
Okay.
Already.
All of you are able to make it down just fine. And you do see, once you've all kind of like made your way onto this bridge, it kind of runs in just this continuous street up the side of the canyon and then down the other side. It crosses straight over the middle. And you can see that built into the walls, there are some more stone structures. They look vaguely, maybe dwarven. It's very geometric. It's very simple. It's very sturdy. It's very strong. They don't really even have doors. It's just like open archways. Most of it has been kind of reduced to ruin or rubble. There's lots of structural instability. You can actually see that like maybe a few blocks down there is a bridge that has fully collapsed and nobody can get across, and they've built a temporary wooden bridge over it. It looks very much like this place has been long lost and forgotten and then re-inhabited. It is not a recent construction. But you do also notice, once you finally get down to street level, that in addition to being surrounded by hundreds of these Three Kreen that seem to pay almost no attention to you whatsoever, despite the fact that you stick out like sore thumbs, they also have creatures. A couple of them have this very large turtle-looking creature that has the head of a crocodile. There's one that seems to have a couple of dinosaurs kind of muzzled and leashed and is dragging them down the street. But then you do see off in the distance a little bit to the north, there is this tiny little pack of these critters that are maybe 4.5, 5 feet tall. Bright orange. They look kind of like newts or salamanders, but they've got like little suits of armor on. Some of you, probably Nomad, maybe Ace, would recognize them. Oh, Gale would recognize them for sure too, as fire newts. And
Fire newt.
that's kind of what you see at first glance.
Are they aggressive?
You would all have just a general basic knowledge. You know that fire newts are typically pretty aggressive to outsiders, at least when challenged. But they're also not stupid. They're surrounded by, 18,000 Three Kreen. They're not going to start a fight.
Yeah. So wait, are they from here? Or would you say they're outsiders?
They seem to be traveling on their own. They seem to be well equipped and armed. You're not really sure if they live here or if they're just traveling through. Hard to say.
I'm
But
like,
at first glance, that's kind of like the only glimpse of non-Three Kreen that you find here.
yeah, like, oh look, there are fire newts here. Do they not normally live underground?
Nordo or Nomad, these people live underground all the time. They probably just brought them up with their master.
Hmm. Perhaps they're up on vacation.
How, now that we're landed, I need my primal awareness. How deep down can I sense humanoids?
Yeah, now
And
that you have
downward.
a little bit of verticality to your little radar, you take a minute and you ping again, and you can sense that the majority, probably 60+% of the people that you sense within 5 miles, are either burrowed into the sides of these cliffs or up to like 500 or 600 feet below. And notably, this bridge is a good 400, 500 feet above the water. It would be quite a drop, and the water is rushing pretty quickly. You can see lots of white water churning below where it kind of passes by the supports of the bridge. And Flick, your comment earlier that it was like shallow enough that something couldn't be buried under it, you can see that there's this pretty dark streak that runs through this river that looks like it goes pretty deep. You don't know if it's wide enough to fit an observatory, but it looks like it certainly goes deep enough.
As we're walking around, I just keep an eye out for, obviously, Leah and Anton, but also just anyone else who looks like they're associated with the SSLC.
Sure.
Like anyone wearing, I don't know, a badge or whatever.
Yeah, and is there a particular direction that you guys are heading? Are you heading towards that ship, or which way are you guys going?
Just following Flick's lead.
Well, shit. I want to get closer to the river to look down in it, I guess.
Okay, so you kind of have two options. Let me jump back over to that map. So you guys are on that bridge. So you can either follow... Ooh, that's a terrible color for this. So you can follow this side around, and then it drops down this little stairwell to basically river level. Then it goes up, crosses over, crosses again, comes back down to river level, and then up this way. So like this area right here is at river level. This area here is at river level. And then let's see, this crosses over, and then it drops down here and across, and then there's a little more that goes this way and a little this way. So this whole area is river level. So there's kind of those three spots. Boy, that is just the shittiest drawing, isn't it? Hopefully some of that made sense.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
So where did we land? Where did we land at? I wasn't.
You guys are currently right here.
There were two pings. Okay. All right. I'll go to the one south, I guess.
And the ship that we saw is literally the like white ship on
It
the
is,
map.
yeah.
Right?
There are two ships there, but they're both in that spot, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys kind of start making your way south, just kind of following this path to see what you can find. And you are pretty much unhampered the entire time. You do notice that... Well, here's a question. Who all's going? Do you want any of your NPCs to stay behind at the ship?
I don't think we should leave the ship completely unattended.
Kobolds are on there.
Couple to say?
I don't want the kobolds to get eaten by birds.
I
True.
can stay with the ship. Come on.
Elise
We
is
need
there.
we need Elise because she's Elise.
We should go down there,
Sure.
Nordo.
I'm just afraid we're going to lose track of the ship. The other ship, that is.
Well, I'll stick with you, whatever you want.
If you want to go there first, that's fine if you want to. I just... Maybe don't go in and kill everyone immediately and then get us chased out, but...
Yeah, let's, I'll go with you guys. It's fine.
What's that sigil on them?
It's a salvage savage labor company. They're well, I don't know much about them. From what Flick told me, they're a slaving company that takes slaves from sort of tribal areas and civilizes them and sells them.
Have I ever heard of this?
We definitely already did this check. Probably. Maybe not like super thoroughly, or you're not like extremely familiar. But as you passed through Willingquet, you've probably at least seen or heard of them once or twice.
I mean, I'm from two different tribal areas that are somewhat close map-wise to where Nordo's from, right?
That's a good point. I guess give me a history check.
Is that
Advantage because humanoids.
Yep.
Does my mercenary feat give me anything on them?
It
I've already
does.
asked that.
I feel like we've already done this, but because I haven't started the spreadsheet of who's done what knowledge checks, you get a freebie. Hit me.
I don't think anyone has done this check besides me and Flick.
Yeah,
What
I don't think
do
they talked to us about it.
What do I do? It's my background feat.
Give me... It's your background, that's right. You would probably just know, which I think is where a lot of this information came from last time. You would be aware that they are a pretty large... they're effectively a mercenary or a slaving organization. But they brand themselves as kind of like they believe, or at least they try to make people believe that they're doing it for a good cause. That they're going out to these lost lands of Ajabiata and bringing these, like, you know, these savage natives to a more civilized state and teaching them how to become part of modern society. It's all, like, corporate bullshit, of course, but that's
Right.
kind of how they market it, and that's how they don't call their products slaves. They call them, like, re-anchors or something like that. But yeah, that's sort of the principle. Is they go out, they capture a bunch of people, or negotiate a trade for them. They break them, they train them how to perform in modern society, and then they sell them. They are a glorified slaving organization. And AC would know the same.
Remembering that, maybe we should go that way first. I mean, they're here, so they're probably doing that, and not huge fan of that.
Hold on, I'm gonna roll. I agree completely.
All right.
Sounds good, but I feel like we should have caution.
I think we
Don't-
should all keep our heads briefly and consider this a bit more thoroughly. We don't know what this culture or these people are like. Like, none of us even knew this city existed. For all we know, they could be working together with these people.
Do I know if these people typically involve in slavery or if they just typically are like ethocentric?
The three green or the salvage savage?
The three Kreen.
They're very pragmatic. You don't. Boy, it would be very unusual based on what you know about them. Let me scroll up to make sure that this is justified by your role.
You got 20.
Yeah, you think it would be very unusual for them to sell their own into slavery. That feels a little beneath them. You think that would
What
qualify
about them buying slaves?
Sure, maybe.
But
I feel
knowing
like-
how many they are, would they even need slaves?
Yeah, it'd be a
it's the
little-
hive.
it'd be
I
a-
know this.
Right, it would be a little unusual because they don't speak the language, they're not telepathic, and they're not well suited for underground work. Maybe if it was like an underground slave that was like well suited to that, like a dwarf or a kobold, maybe.
I recommend that if we do go that way, we simply have it to just observe and not act too rashly.
I understand the need for caution. I will try my best to hold my temper. I need y'all to understand I've been searching for these people for nearly 10 years now, and this is the first time I've seen them, so I gotta chase down what leads I can find.
This is a good first step already. Have a banana. It helps calms the nerves.
I rage eat a banana.
All of those horrible ticks died, right?
Please don't mention those damn ticks.
I just think it would be funny to release one on one of their ships.
Oh my god.
We only have bodies, sadly.
Well, I could make a mechanical tick that could just sit on the ship and kind of observe for us while we.
How about we
For
just
me-
get going? Because the DM is starting to type a lot and it makes me uncomfortable.
Go ahead with your plan, little dragon. What was it? Mechanical.
Yeah, I could change Fiero into like a spider or something, and just
A
have
beaver?
him hang out on their ship, just like underneath it or something, so he could observe them and let us know if it looks like they're going to be leaving or anything.
That
I
sounds
believe
excellent.
that sounds like an excellent plan.
Nomad.
You feeling all right there, friend Nomad?
I'm just getting a little hungry.
We'll take care of that soon. Okay. Just be patient.
You guys kind of start making your way over in that direction, and as you walk, or yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna, as we walk, I was gonna slightly lord up unless something else happens.
Sure, go for it.
Excellent.
Nordo, basically, as we're walking, after like a minute of silence, is just like, before I get you all involved in all this, I feel like I should explain myself a little bit. And he just kind of looks around to make sure nobody's watching as he's having this conversation. It's just, well, as long as it's just like three Thrycreen passersby. I won't give you all the details just now, but when I was 8 years old, those people raided my home. They killed my father, took me and my sister Leah as slaves. Took us to another island where they meant to sell us off. And that's where me and my sister were split up, and I haven't seen her since. It was about 9 years ago. I was sent on a caravan further inland and separated from her, and that's, well, to make a long story short, that's how I ended up with the orcs and eventually with the monastery. None of that really matters right now, but just so you know what we're getting into. I owe these people the blood of my father, and they're the only people that might know where my sister is, who I haven't seen in nearly a decade, so I've got some skin in the game, but I'll do my best to stay cool, I guess.
You are strong for tempering your rage.
I haven't tempered it just yet. We'll see what happens.
I'm going to
We'll
be
follow your lead.
actively looking through the crowds for anyone who's not Thespid. Is that what they're called? Three-spid?
Three cream.
Thrycreen.
Freaking
Sure.
Three-creen?
Yeah, easy enough. There's not even going to be a check for it, because as you guys start to walk, you do notice that there are a couple other populations. They're much rarer than the Three Cream. They're outnumbered 20 to 1, if not more than that. But you do pass by, first of all, that group of fire newts. You do eventually also spot a group of 5 or 6 lizard folk that are walking in the direction, the opposite direction that pass by you. And they pay you very little mind, but unlike all of the Three Crane, they do at least kind of like crane their heads, like they acknowledge that there are outsiders here, which the Three Crane don't do at all. They don't say anything, but they look and then pass by. And then eventually, when you get down to this first segment that is kind of at water level, you notice that along the shores, and built into some of these ruins as well, there are several huts that seem to be trees that have been naturally grown into the shape of buildings, kind of guided by these colorful strings and yarns, formed into huts and even tunnels and bridges, and that there are people inhabiting them and kind of walking along the bridges and the ruins around by the water as well, that look very much like plant people. Some of them have like barky skin like trees. They look like very small humanoid-sized ints. Some of them have hair that is brightly colored like rose petals or flowers. Some of them have kind of like this puffy dandelion hair. It appears to just be a bunch of sort of humanoid plant people. And I'm trying to think if anyone here would have met them before.
Is it the same thing that was at like the druid place that Vasu and Flick ran into?
Right. Yeah, that's right. And yeah, Moat, you're not wrong. They are actually very similar to Sylvari. They'd be called Wilden. They are a very diverse race of Fey origin. They're effectively plant people. They're very closely related to Ints and other creatures like that. You continue along. There's a long stretch where it's just more Three Crane. But then, as you are going through the second segment that is at water level, let me do one of these. Ace, give me a perception check. And actually, I believe Yule and Nordo will both see this passively as well. Okay. Yule and Nordo. You notice that the side of Nomad's head is glowing this very, very faint blue. And at first it looks kind of like a magical aura. Yule, especially, you've cast Detect Magic before. It kind of looks a little bit like that. And at first you think it's just some sort of magical effect, but then you see that it is casting a shadow at one point, and you recognize that it is very much a very real blue light that is being pointed at the side of Nordo's head. and you kind of like look around to figure out where that light is coming from. And Yule and Nordo just barely, but Yule, you get a good glimpse. From the river, you see this beach ball sized chrome orb. It just looks like a solid orb of chrome, perfectly reflective like a mirror. That seems to spot you looking in its direction and ducks under the river real quick. And then the light is gone from the side of Nomad's head.
Nomad or Nordo? Because you switch names.
Sorry, yeah, I get those names mixed up. It is Nomad. Nomad is the one who's being lit up.
Okay.
Hey, friend Nomad. Little Lord, maybe we should go Reginald through here, getting some looks.
Good idea. All right, let's just duck in this alley real quick.
I was actually gonna ask a question if I can disguise myself to look like a three green.
Yeah, you're definitely the right height for it. You'd have to like kind
I
of.
don't know if they have extra limbs.
They do. They have an extra set of arms, and you'd have to kind of fake that, like have those either folded at your front or crossed behind you, or just held at your side.
Yeah.
But you can kind of fake it a little bit by wearing loose clothing. Notably, they don't wear much. They have just like furs and leather scraps and stuff on, just because they have a very hard external carapace, kind of like Nordo, really. So,
If I make like a papoose and wear Ace, can I disguise both of us so he can be my second pair of arms?
we can certainly
I also
try.
have disguise self if we both need to cast it to
Right?
make our form.
Okay.
Can we combine disguise self?
Sure, okay. You guys can work together. One of you with advantage, give me disguise kit.
Okay.
Disguise kit or disguise self? As
Dis-
in like the.
Like you're both.
Yeah, we're
both.
using the spell.
Yeah, you're both casting the spell, so spend your mana,
Cool.
and then one of you with advantage, give me disguise kit.
Okay. Give me an action.
or performance. Either one would work.
I'll use an action to gain proficiency in disguise kit.
Okay.
That's an int check, yeah?
Yep. Int or wisdom, or honestly, charisma would work too. It's an artistic thing, so any of those three.
Yeah. Let's see. Here, this is the rope tying skill. It's the same
Same
thing.
thing. Yep.
It's the 27.
27 is very good. Okay. You blend in pretty well. You look like a 3 green. You've done a pretty significantly impressive job of disguising the two of you in a way that looks a little bit bizarre, but it passes. It looks very convincing. You look like a 3 green. You're still traveling with a bunch of outsiders, but they don't seem to pay any mind to them anyway, so yeah, you've got a pretty convincing disguise going on.
Yeah. Now we are Reginald Creen. Reggie Creen?
Perfect.
We're
Pokemon.
queen, if you will.
Queen.
Oh boy.
Hopefully that works. And as we go forward, I keep an eye out to see if his head like lights up again, and also just like quietly whisper to him exactly what I saw, like tell him about the chrome orb and the blue light and everything.
Sure.
Yeah, what was that?
Don't know what it was, but it seemed to be watching you. It's lit your head up a couple times now.
Watch me. I wonder why. Where did you say it came from?
Came from inside the river. From down below, it looked like.
Something's lighting my head up in the river. That's very distressing.
We need
I
to be
agree.
cautious.
Isn't the river also like 500 feet below us?
It was. You guys have gone down to about river level. You're here now currently.
Oh, okay.
Cause I
When
Go ahead.
when Nordo does eventually step away from Nomad, if he does, I'm gonna go up and be like, Nomad,
Yes.
did you cast something on that banana when you handed it to Nordo earlier? Because it kind of turned blue.
It did? It
Yeah,
was just a banana.
that's odd. I'm not sure what that was then. But yeah, it totally lit up kind of blue when you handed it to him.
I don't know if he
I'm
had the
not
same
sure.
thing as us, but the thing says his head illuminated his
Oh
head.
no, this happened something. This is totally different. This
Okay,
happened
cool.
earlier.
Huh. The banana and then my head.
Yeah, I don't know if they have some sort of weird mind flayer device sensor or something. I don't know.
As you
Maybe
guys are having this
oh, dear.
conversation, you don't spot any more of the orbs, but you see that the blue light is back on the side of Nordo's head.
Nomad?
Or, sorry, Nomad, yes.
Is it on me
It
or
on,
is it on him?
It is on Nomad specifically.
Okay. Let me cast Mage Armor, because this is suspicious.
Yeah, it is the side of his head that is closest to the river.
You know what? Maybe I should approach the river.
Okay. You walk over to the river. I guess give me a perception check.
Oh, it wasn't the banana. I'm totally blind and can't read. I'm sorry.
no.
It was just
Yeah,
your
that's
head.
why I asked. Okay.
Okay. Banana.
I thought you did something to the banana this whole time,
was
and
like,
I was
what
like,
did he
Oh,
get
who
that we
knows?
didn't?
Maybe. I wouldn't put it past Vec.
Go and give me a perception check, Nomad.
Can I do it as well since I'm literally on his shoulders?
Yeah.
Mr. Papoose.
Damn, I am sucking today.
You guys look and you study
You
and
have
you
a plus
study.
6.
And this river, and like it's really going. It's very rapid. You have a hard time believing that anything would really even be able to like stay steady or stable in this river. You're sure there's probably fish and wildlife in it, but they're probably deep below the current. Anything at the surface would be getting tugged along real hard. And you don't make out any shapes. Certainly not anything as like conspicuous as a big orb of chrome.
I pat Nomad on the head, and I'm like, say something in deep speech.
Oh, and I do, and it's just hello or greeting.
Nothing happens.
I don't think there's anyone down there.
As soon
They're
as
probably
he,
hiding.
As soon as he begins communicating telepathically again, that light flickers back onto the side of his head.
Do I see anything in the water or anything in the direction that light's coming from?
You look over real quick, don't see anything.
I try and communicate with what's in the water telepathically.
Delightful. I need you.
It's a flump, is no?
I need you. Oh my god. Yeah, I need an intelligence saving throw, please.
Oh no, my best save.
Okay. You kind of try to close your eyes and focus and scan and look for whatever this thing is, and you find it. You actually find that there are 5 or 6 things that seem to be somewhere in this river, tracking you, aware of you. And you connect to one momentarily, and there's this flash of searing white pain. You reel back. You let out this awful scream that is very not 3 green of you. But you fight, and eventually you shake it off. You take 2 psychic damage. And you do not take the int score reduction.
Oh, thank fuck.
But then, all of you watch as Nomad kind of reels away from the river, as these blue lights become brighter and more focused until there are 4 little blue, like, laser pointer darts on Nomad's head. And then there is just this tiny, nearly silent and splashes from the river, and the sound of little darts flying past all of you towards Nomad. And... does the 20 hit?
The 20, let's see, I have 14. Yeah, 20 hit. Nothing else hits, though.
Alright, there is this tiny little prick of pain right at the side of your jaw. You take 1 point of piercing damage. And then the lights go away. You kind of sense that these mines all scatter into the water, and everything goes back to normal.
Pull out the dart.
I inspect the wound, I guess, to see if he's like poisoned or anything.
Sure.
Yeah, are you okay?
Give me a medicine check.
Can I help with that?
Sure.
It pricked one of my tendrils.
I'll give you a point to lay on hands.
Thank you.
Ace, you take
Lay
a
on
close
finger.
look. And you find just this tiny little bug bite. It barely even leaves a mark. But Nordo, you're confident of what you saw, and you know that you saw something actually enter. And you feel like you need to dig around in there and find whatever that thing is. And very skillfully, very carefully, and a little bit painfully for Nomad, you grab
Ow.
something sharp, a knife or something like that. And you dig around, and with a stroke of luck and skill, manage to fish out from probably a good inch under his skin just this tiny little blue bead that is blinking this soft blue light. It's just like a glass bead.
Does it seem
Any idea
magical?
what that is?
It's a slate egg.
An egg?
The delayed blast water ball.
Maybe an ice ball. Hmm.
A marble.
Does it look magical or seem magical?
It's a glass thing that's giving off light. That seems pretty magical to you, but notably as you move it around, it doesn't vibrate much, but it's very small. It'd be hard to tell without an identify.
Can Grandma Yule identify it?
Potentially.
I draw attention to you and I'm like, thank you for removing that from my epidermis. Well,
course,
probably
although,
dermis.
I'm not sure I got all of them. There was several that. Well, there was only one that
Never.
hit, wasn't there?
Only one.
Just the one.
Gotcha. Not a problem. I don't know how much longer you should linger here, though. There, obviously somebody's looking for you, or targeting you for one reason or another.
Yes. What are those? Am I familiar with anything in the water that wants to take me?
Oh god. I mean, in the Underdark, there's lots of things in the water that want to take you, but like
Yeah.
weird.
But up here?
These things, I guess, give me a history check.
Damn, I'm not proficient in it. Here we go. 7.
No idea. Not a clue what this thing is.
Would I know anything that would be using anything like this to attack a mind flare
Oh god, give me a history check.
at the advantage with humanoids?
Yeah, technically. No idea. Not a clue. Never heard of anything like this.
Can I make a history check about something entirely unrelated?
Sure. What would you like to make a history check about?
I just want to have Gale kind of take notes about the city and kind of how it runs and stuff like that.
Sure.
He's very interested in a semi-subterranean race and how their cities function.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've had some interactions with the Three Green before. You're actually very knowledgeable in kind of how their societal order works. They tend to organize under a queen. That queen is chosen by random birth, usually. It can be born to basically anyone in the colony. But it is immediately apparent that she's going to be a queen, and she is raised with that expectation for about 20 years. When the existing queen is starting to be a little too old to rule, which is usually around the 22 to 23 year mark, the next queen in line takes the place. And there's a new queen born about every 10 years, so it's a rotation that lasts anywhere from 8 to 10 years. Because of their unique biology and the way that they have sort of a shared consciousness, there's very rarely conflict within an individual colony, which means the politics are kind of simple. Politics are easy when everybody generally agrees on everything. But there's still sort of a system of organization that deals with the division of labor and who's going to be doing the dangerous tasks versus the easy one. And most of the time it's dealt with in an extremely pragmatic way. The strongest ones are chosen to fight. The oldest ones are chosen for the expendable jobs where you're likely to die doing something relatively easy. That sort of thing. Not entirely unlike kobolds, but a little more unified and less emotional in the way that they handle it.
Good to know.
With that said, however, everything goes quiet for a little while. Yule, are you around, Yule?
Yes.
Cool. Do you want to identify that bead?
No.
Okay. Pressing on.
May I borrow your pearl so I can identify it?
Identified.
Alright, you take a moment to identify it. And where is this? You learn that it is something called an SDR tracking dart. And it does exactly what it says in the tin. It basically tracks the location of the creature that it is embedded into. It's very similar to like a hunter's mark, but in physical form.
SDR.
SDR.
Will it like last forever? Is it gonna expire in an hour? Or something?
It would expire after about 24 hours.
Gotcha.
Does
I
it
was gonna
need
say,
to
we
be
don't need
embedded
Vero.
to be active, or is it just active and then they typically embed?
Right. It is currently active, and it will track wherever it happens to be, which is usually embedded a few inches under the skin. But Nordo rolled very well on medicine.
Thank you again.
Sounds like we probably should keep this on us then, huh?
Should we
No,
plant
I
it
suppose
somewhere?
not.
Let's.
What?
We could always plant it on the pirate ship.
And
I
see
was
what it
thinking
does.
that myself, although we don't know where that information's going. Like, somebody's tracking, but we don't know who.
Let's
I'm
feed
sa-
it from the pirate.
Suppose we could stop by just heading that way and seeing what's going on over there.
Well, doesn't Gale have a tiny little spider? The thing can just carry it onto the ship.
That could work too.
True.
Could certainly try.
Worst case scenario would make two of our enemies enemies of each other.
Unless it's the same enemy.
I was about to say, I can't think of a worst case scenario right now, but I'm sure that's not it.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant best case scenario.
As you guys kind of continue in that direction, you do see that you are almost to the building where those two airships are anchored. There's just a flight of stairs that heads up. And if you guys want to head that way, there's a little stone archway. And then a landing where you can see these two long, basically broken down bridges that are being used as a temporary like air harbor or a makeshift air harbor. You can see that there is this very large SSLC ship that is stationed next to one of them. And then a much smaller one that is kind of tethered a couple of docks down. And you can see that getting off of that ship is a small group of Wilden that is being led. It looks like it's probably just a group of 4 or 5 Wilden, but they're dressed very modern, like outsiders, like kind of like you guys for the most part, especially those of you from Willingquet. As opposed to the rest here, which are kind of dressed more naturally. They look like travelers, as opposed to everyone else here that looks indigenous.
And they're getting off of the SSLC ship?
They're getting off of the other ship, the smaller ship.
Gotcha.
And they kind of arrive onto this platform at the same time that you do. But as you look over towards the SSLC ship, you do see that there are a bunch of crew members that are keeping a watch over a crew of slaves, as well as a little cart that seems to be full of crates and barrels, and there are a couple of weapons, and there's like a broom. There are a couple of fishing rods that all look very well made, very expensive. And they appear to be currently negotiating with a group of lizard folk who have tied up several fire newts, and they're having some sort of a discussion in Draconic.
What are they saying? I ask. Gale.
How far away are we right now?
Right now, you guys just got to the top of the stairs and are intentionally kind of like trying not to draw attention. So you're probably like 200 feet, something like that. If you wanted to hear them, you'd need to get at least within like 100 feet or so.
Okay.
From this distance, though, it looks like they're just doing business of some sort. You can see that a lot of stalls have been set up with like fish, game, dinosaurs in cages. Looks like just sort of an open air market kind of area.
Nordo, basically just acting on pure instinct and not thought, starts walking that way.
All right.
Let us
Just-
act casual, Ace, and I follow him. Because we look like three Freen.
You do.
And I'm just looking for somebody who looks like they are like with the SSLC.
Yeah, I
Easy
stick
enough.
right behind you.
Oh god. And I'm gonna run up behind Nordo and kind of like shove this spider into the back of his shell.
Excellent.
And then I'll walk back and just kind of hang back a little bit.
Sure.
Oh, look at the skeleton icon. That's really cute.
It's awfully cute.
As you guys kind of get a little closer, it becomes very clear that they're doing some sort of negotiation. You can see the head of the ship. He's the most formally dressed, and you would recognize just from the short amount of time that you spent with them on their ships. He is almost certainly the captain. Is this Sahuagin man? He's about 7.5 feet tall. Looks very fish-like. He has the appearance of like an anglerfish, including this little dangling bulb that is currently not emitting much light, but it's got just kind of this glowy tip. And he is well armed, and he seems to be doing discussion with a lizard folk that seems to be in charge of a small group. They have several fire newts that are very obviously bound up like slaves. They kind of talk for a moment in Draconic. Those of you that speak it can overhear that they're making negotiations, and eventually he offers like one of the slaves for one of the enchanted fishing poles and a crate full of food. And they're kind of just all looking around. Vasu, what's up?
Sorry, Discord kind of cut out. Did you call me?
Yeah.
Wondering
What's up?
if there was any spot within 100 of like, and look kind of natural, and like we're not just like standing in the middle of the street.
Yeah, you guys can kind of like make it look like you're just walking by instead of gawking. And this is an open air market, so there are groups of people that are stopping. With that said, even in this like market area, the only people who are not from here, very obviously, are you guys, the SSLC or the SSLC guys, and the Wilden getting off of the ship, which is kind of down here over towards the southeast, but it's still a couple
What are
hundred feet
Wilden again?
off. Plant people. Savard.
Gotcha.
Yeah, basically. So you guys are going to look at a place, but you can at least like make it look like you're window shopping and looking at, caged dinosaurs and whatever.
That's kind of just like the plan that Boss is gonna have. Once we get close enough, I'm gonna kind of think like we're all traveling in a group anyway. Boss is just gotta look real casual, just look like we're window shopping or something. Make it look like I had a real rough night out west.
Sure, of course.
And then, assuming we're close enough, Vasu is going to shift his senses over into Shu, and Shu is gonna fly closer to this ship where they're doing negotiations at, so I can hopefully hear some of what they're talking about.
Yeah. Easy enough, but give me a luck check and a perception check from Shu. And while he's doing that, Norda, what are you up to?
I'm just walking straight up to the captain unless anyone stops me on the way, as far as they're like little lizard folk or anybody.
Nordo.
Jesus Christ, Vasu.
Not like weapons drawn, just walking up to him.
Because I'm using Shu's, or because I'm using my senses in Shu's perception, or does he roll perception?
Roll his, because you use his senses, but I think he has advantage on hearing, so I think you get advantage. Nordo, you kind of...
Sorry, it's still kind of cutting out though, so...
Got it.
Whose stat?
Norda, you kind of push your way through. You have to, like, not really shove, but you definitely have to sort of excuse yourself to get past this lizard folk. And you walk straight up to this captain, who looks
just
at
like
you...
as...
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
As I'm walking up to him before I even like get in range to be polite about it, I'm just like, "Hey, I'm looking to make a purchase."
He looks at you with sort of a practiced condescending tone. Says, yes, one person at a time. Wait your turn, and it will get to you in just a moment.
I don't have time to wait, pissant. I want to buy something.
Give me an intimidation check.
Gale felt so much relief and now so much anguish.
Excellent.
He looks over his shoulder, and you see that 2 or 3 of these crewmen who are armed start to kind of come your way, and says, just wait your turn. We're in the middle of a deal here. And he points to the lizard folk here.
Oh,
You-
what, for those lizard folk and those fire newts? I don't want any of those useless barbarians. I'm looking to buy turtle.
wait a moment. Fucking... It's barbarians. Learn your manners. Perhaps you'd like to join us. We can
Listen,
teach you.
just let me talk to Anton.
Anton isn't here. Who are you?
It's none of your business. Where is he?
Hell if I know. Probably at the base somewhere. He doesn't work on my ship. It's not my problem. I'm just trying to do business. And he kind of
I
snaps
don't
his
have
fingers.
time for this shit. I just walk away.
He looks at you like real squinty-eyed and confused, and he makes these weird snapping noises with his jaws. The teeth kind of all sticking out like anglerfish do. And he kind of whispers over his shoulder to the two that approach and says, keep an eye on him just for a moment. As that is going down, Shu is sweeping around to the backside with a nat 20 on the luck check, because that's the kind of campaign that this is going to be, apparently. He hears pretty well, because he has advantage with a 13. Shu kind of stops over on the sail. She's close enough to listen, but not really be a menace. And you hear two of these crew members kind of point out Nordo. It's like, hey, is that's not Stormhand, is it? No, you fucking stupid. Look, both hands. Don't be dumb. Wait, what? What does that got to do with it? The Stormhand. One hand. Then where do you think you got the name, huh? Two hands. It doesn't look like a Stormhand to me. It's not Stormhand. Well, you want an autograph, huh? What do you think you're gonna get out of it? Nobody's seen her in a long time anyway. And then they kind of both get back to work.
Interesting. Okay, she will just kind of hop around and look inconspicuous for a few more moments, and then just fly off like he's acting like he saw a mouse that he's gonna go pounce. He's real good at being inconspicuous.
Perfect.
You know, little tiny horned owl. He doesn't stick out anywhere.
As you're doing that, Vasu, give me a performance check. Oh, that's not bad. Okay, hang on. You are looking through Shu's eyes and trying to act inconspicuous back in your own body for a moment, when suddenly you feel a tap on your shoulder. You don't see it because you're in Shu's eyes for right now, but you can swap back at any time.
Shoulder on Vasu's shoulder, I'll kind of switch back on body.
Yeah, you look down, and very short, maybe like 4'10", 4'11", you see this Wilden woman, probably, it's hard to tell because she's like a plant, but she looks young, probably in her 20s or so. And her hair is this, it basically looks like eucalyptus. It's kind of like this gray, green, long strands of leaves. Her skin is kind of just this pale red. You can see it kind of overlaps over itself like reverse scales that are petal-like. And she looks up at you with this big smile. It's like, are you trying to be discreet? You don't look like you're from around here. I mean, it looks kind of like you're trying to just, blend in, and you're not doing a very good job.
Kind of look around and then look at himself, and he'd be like, I'm trying to blend as much as the next guy. I'm just not trying to make an asshole out of myself.
Well, right, but the next guy isn't using
Stick out
magic.
that much, though. Who's using magic?
No, it's okay. I don't care. I'm good with magic too. I'm asking because I'm excited. I don't see a lot of people that can use magic here. Where are you from? Where are all of you from? And she looks around to Yule and Gale and Toto and Elise, who all look conspicuous and terrible and extremely out of place.
I'm from across the pond, and I had it this whole magic. So thank you. I've been training. I've been practicing.
It's good. It's good. I can do something like that too. Look, watch. And she closes her eyes and she does this like focused look. Her nose wrinkles up, her cheeks kind of puff out, and you watch as he shrinks and shrinks and shrinks and shrinks, and eventually turns into just this tiny little. It's kind of like a tiger, but the entire thing is made up of plants. It's got this long tail that is kind of like a rose's thorned vine.
I love it. Tiger lily.
Yeah, kind of like that. Kind of like a dandelion, but more like a rose. It's kind of got these thorns all over. And she, jumps around a little bit and then eventually changes back. See, look, magic. Magic in animals, just like yours. As she changes back to her normal form. By the way, it looks like your friends are going to start some trouble over there. Are you ready for that?
Luke looks wholeheartedly impressed and like he's like, I could do that. I can't do nothing. I can just kind of talk to this one. His shoe lands back on his shoulder.
It's a pretty cool trick.
Oh, wait, what? And he looks around. Who's stuck? Damn it! I told him to be discreet.
Is he breaking up for anyone
Yeah,
else?
he's breaking up a whole lot.
Yeah.
I get the intent of what he's saying. Anyway, the rest of you do notice that Moat and Nordo are kind of slowly coming back. They are being tailed, not necessarily maliciously, but they're keeping a close eye by these two crew members, which have been kind of assigned to just watch you for a second. The lizard folk all look at you with like a kind of a look of scorn, like you've interrupted their business, and they go back to making an arrangement. But eventually you do kind of regroup out here. The SSLC guys kind of wait to just kind of form a perimeter over here.
I say, like, overly loudly, it sounds like they're not interested in our business. Guess our money's not good enough for them.
Oh, those guys? Oh, they don't want money. They've got plenty of money. They want people. And for the first time, you kind of see that this Wilden woman, dressed kind of like an outsider, she looks, she's almost got like an Indiana Jones thing going on. She's got like these suspenders, this well-worn shirt with their sleeves rolled up. She's got a hat that kind of rests at an awkward angle on her viney hair. You do see that she's got a little scimitar and a scabbard at her side. Where are you guys from? I'm sorry, I should introduce myself. I'm Lilivati. You guys aren't from here, and that's really obvious. Do you want like a tour, or what are you doing here?
Can I make an insight check? Is she like trying to hustle us?
Sure, give me an insight check.
Can I also make an inside check just to see if she's not like trying to kill us?
Sure, why not?
I am immediately like, a tour would be great.
Oh my god, guys.
Is it
with Moat?
stupidly trusting?
Please tell us about your culture. How
Um,
does your queen operate?
the queen? Oh, no. The queens are for the three queen. They're great, but they don't really deal with us very much. We all just kind of operate independently. We kind of split into small groups. We're very varied. See, I just come from a city, kind of like, probably him, and he points to Flick and Moat. You know, I'm just a citizen. There's a queen back over there, but I'd spend most of my time traveling, so I guess, that makes me a nomad or a traveler. You know, technically, I suppose I probably should be paying taxes to someone, but who's gonna tax me? I don't really have...
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, I haven't found anything cool enough to tax yet anyway. But, you know, the three queen are great. They have a queen. Her name, I know it. I know it very well because I'm very familiar with this city. It's in my notes somewhere.
It's alright if you have to lie.
Does she literally say in my notes somewhere? Because that actually piqued Ace's interest if she said that.
She does actually pull out a little leather journal. It's like, Bibiana, or at least that's the closest translation we have. That's what they tell us telepathically. But also, they don't talk telepathically here, because apparently talking telepathically here does something weird, so they only do it in the caves. They think it has something to do with, like, what did they call it? And she kind of flips through her journal. The Great Sky Diamond. Yeah, they said the last time that they all talked telepathically, there was a Great Sky Diamond, and a lot of people died. But anyway,
That would
that's
make
just the three cream.
Hold on. I have a question for you then.
Okay.
So, does that have to do anything to do with the things that sit in the water and blow blue pearls at people?
What? What are you talking about?
Sorry, my arms have a mind of their own.
Come here.
Okay, all right.
Can I trust you?
Side note, because of these insight checks, Ace, you get the impression that she is being very nosy. She's very excitable. She isn't used to seeing outsiders here, except for maybe those SSLC guys. She's just nosy. You don't think she's malicious, or at least you don't get any sort of obvious reads off of her like that?
So you say that people out here don't use telepathy because it causes bad things to happen.
I don't know. That's just what they say. I don't have telepathy, so I don't know. But that's what they say, and I'm trying to learn about this place. Isn't it fascinating? Look how big this place is. Who made it?
It is. There's so many people here. It's crazy.
It's got to be thousands of years old, right?
It looks pretty old.
It looks dwarven.
Are you from here?
No. Well, yeah, kind of. I'm like, I came from the jungles, but then I found this place, and it was safe. Things here, they still want to eat me a little bit, but there's lots of us, and we keep the dinosaurs out and the birds out, so we don't get eaten here. But I still like to go exploring, because I'm an adventurer, or at least I want to be. I haven't found any real treasure, but I think it's here. This is the place, right? There's so much to explore. I want to learn more about this place.
I switched to Undercommon, and I say this out loud, kind of to a whisper to Nomad. I'm like, no more telepathy while we're here.
Respond in Undercommon, whisper.
Yes.
Mo, what's up?
Just walking through the city, is there any, like, recognizable iconography or anything?
Ooh,
Like,
sure. Give me a history check.
hear me out.
Okay.
Persuasion.
It's just really unbelievable.
I really appreciate it. It honestly, like, it's at the point where I just want it to continue because it makes for a better story. That
It
is
does.
just like this hapless guy being thrown into something way bigger than himself.
What are you talking about? I was born for this.
Oh my god, Gail. She starts to go off on this big tirade about, initially, I thought it was probably dwarven. Because, simple architecture, lots of stone, carving, they're good at that sort of thing. But the architecture here uses this construction technique that the dwarves didn't discover until 350 years ago. And there's no way that this is any more recent than 350 years old, because these plants over here only grow when there are enough traces of this nutrient that's only been around for about 600 years. And she goes on this big nerdy spiel about how she has studied this place and doesn't have any fucking clue what it is.
Ace is literally like has a notepad out and is just like taking down notes of everything she says.
I imagine it looks like the Three Keen is using his vestigial arm to make notes. It's great.
Excellent. Alright, I forgot you two are like this, guys. By the way, that's really... I should actually have her roll. She might not know. Yeah.
Yeah, she does.
You're very fluent, by the way.
Thanks. Want to know a secret?
Sure.
I'm not a... I forget the name of the creature. What's the creature's name again?
Three Keen.
Three cream.
We're not a three cream. We're just guys.
Guess what?
What?
I'm not a plant. I'm a person.
Really?
Yeah.
Can I make an investigation check to see through our disguise?
Sure, go ahead. Yeah, she looks like a Wilden. She's not in any sort of, like, illusion or disguise or anything. It's like, I just didn't know if you knew that. Because, like, some people come here like, oh, talking plants. that's dumb and weird, but no, we're like people and stuff, I'm sorry. Not what are you guys like? I'm acting weird because you're outsiders, and I haven't seen that in like probably a year. Except for these guys, they come here and they take people, and they bring supplies and magic stuff. But I don't like them because they like take people, and that makes me sad. But anyway, you guys seem nice. What are you doing here?
Do you know anything about an observatory?
Observatory. No.
Place to see the stars?
Yeah, I know what an observatory
A special
is.
place.
Yeah, I get it. But like, this would be a terrible place for an observatory. There's no clear view of the sky. And you look up and you do see that these cliff sides go up for like 250, 350 feet. You have a little sliver of sky here, enough to let some daylight in, but it's not a great view.
Alright, that's odd. Well, not really. I guess we could just be in the wrong place.
Are there any
We,
other cities on this island?
Did I not come through there, or did you just talk over me?
I think 3 people all tried to talk at once.
Okay.
Gail, what was up to?
I was just thinking we might still be in the right place. We don't know that this is necessarily an observatory for, like, the stars, right? What if they were observing something else?
Right, like the rocks or this place. Who knows, man? Okay, what do you know about this observatory?
I don't know.
Not much. It's called the Sunken Observatory.
Sunken observatory. Well, everything here is sunken, kind of, if you count rocks.
Have you gone deep underground here?
Every now and then I can find some Threeking that are really nice, and they let me explore their caves, and I don't like it because there's not a lot of sun, and I need to see the sun at least once every few days, or I get really, really sleepy. But I've explored it a little bit. It's not that great. I'm not a fan, personally. I have a friend, though. He's a Myconid, and he doesn't mind the caves very much, so he tells me things sometimes. We could go talk to him. Maybe he would know.
I mean, I'm alright with that, but I don't know if my friend's going to want to leave here just yet, and he'll move his head towards Nordo.
Didn't quite get what I came here for yet, but don't know if I'm going to.
It sounds like they're here pretty often, so I don't think you're going to miss out entirely.
They come back every couple weeks or so. It's different crews every now and then. I've seen that one a few times.
I guess that is a while, longer than we'd probably want to wait here.
Wait, what did you come here for?
I'll be real honest with you. What is it? Little Levati, is that what you said?
Yeah, or just Lily's fine.
Lily, alright. You can call me Nordo. I came here because I wanted to, well, kill all these people on this ship and free all these slaves, but that seems like an ill-advised idea. So now I'm not quite sure why I'm here. Except to help my friend Flick find an observatory.
Honestly, that sounds kind of great. I don't like those guys. They're real scary, and sometimes if they don't get what they want, they just take people. And nobody really seems to do anything about it because there's so many of us, and, I guess it's better than being out in the jungle, but I think it's really mean.
What do you think would happen if we just turned right now and attacked them? What do you think the Thrycreen would do?
Oh, the Threeking, they don't care. They don't care about anything. They leave us alone, and we leave them alone. The lizard folk, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. They'd probably just watch unless you attack them. And if you try to take their things, they'll get angry. Their boss is kind of, I don't know. Vengeful's not the right word, but he's exacting.
Well, somebody around here has to benefit from these people being here. Who's gonna be upset if we do it?
Probably the lizard folk. The lizard folk, they really like magic things. Their boss, Olka Carthes. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It's in my notes. But he's kind of like the religious type, and they gather a lot of magic things, and then they kind of trade some of their own people and some of the fire newts, and sometimes the things that they get while they're hunting. But those guys don't really care much about like meat and stuff. They just want, well, people. But we lived just fine, or they lived just fine for a long time before these guys showed up, so I don't think it would be that big of a deal.
You're making this sound awfully tempting, Lily.
Why don't we just meet with them in a minute when they're done?
Because when they're done, they're going to leave on that ship with those 6 or 8 slaves over there that are gonna go on to live terrible slave lives, presumably. There's only so much we can do, I suppose, but
You do see at this point that they have kind of shaken hands, they give an orc over to the lizard folk, and the lizard folk give a fire newt over to the SS. And they are kind of wrapping things up to take off, or at least the lizard folk are.
What kind of ship do they have?
Big. Give me an intelligence check, and Flick can also give me one with advantage.
Yeah. Powered
That's-
by what?
that's the other angle. We could leave with their ship.
Yeah, or I was wondering if we could chase it down with ours so that we can attack them while they're in the middle of the sea, so we won't bother the lizard men.
So, Nomad, as you look it over, this thing does not have a balloon at all. It has these 2 large metal wings that look incredibly heavy, one coming out of each side, and then it has several sails, like a traditional sailing ship. So the only thing you can really deduce is that it is not the same make as your ship. You can also see that it has a lot of crew members that are all very actively working to secure lines, which is stuff that you've never had to do on your ship before. So it seems a little different from yours. Flick, you would recognize this almost immediately as a Class B ship, which means the way that it works is those 2 wings are enchanted with reverse gravity so that they fall up instead of down, and then they harness the power of the wind to sail. And that is confirmed when you watch one of these crewmen go from the harbor here, or this faux harbor. He approaches the wing, and he jumps straight up. And you see he just kind of floats like he's in space, grabs onto some netting that has been wrapped around the wing, and pulls himself over onto the deck of the ship until gravity kicks back in.
Fun.
Ooh.
I don't know this in character, but would Flick know if a ship like that is faster than a ship like ours?
Flick would know that it is one of the oldest and slowest forms of locomotion. The reason it's still used is because it is very cheap for large ships, and it is also that's basically the only reason it's still used. Is for very large ships, it scales well financially. It has a lot of downsides. One of the biggest is that it requires a full crew to operate.
Yeah, I don't think we could use that with the lack of sailing experience that our group has.
We can
No,
keep the crew
for
alive,
Nomad's not wrong. We can chase them down and attack them somewhere else besides here.
right? It seems slow. You can get your information and your revenge, and we won't incite the ire of the lizard.
Nordo is still like hard, like white knuckle gripping his axe and like just staring at these people as they're starting to pack up to go and trying to talk himself off the ledge from just literally running over there and swinging. But he sort of like succumbs to the fact that he's here with other people now and can't just do whatever he wants as they start packing up.
All right, as you kind of like bring yourself back into the conversation, she does say, "My friend, his name is Mora. He does a little bit of exploring, and maybe he'll know more about the caves if you want to know about the caves, or also this observatory. Do you know anything else about the observatory?"
I don't, do I? Do I need to roll to remember stuff that he told me that I completely forgot?
You definitely rolled earlier and remembered at least the full name of the place.
No, unfortunately, that's all I can remember. I don't believe I was told anything else, but my jobs tend to be a little low on the detail.
Yeah, that's a weird. What do you do for a living? That sounds like a strange job to not even know what you're doing.
Sounds about right.
Bounty hunting, technically. I usually get sent places looking for items, taking out certain people. This time I'm looking for a star chart, but so
Ooh.
probably actually does see the stars.
I was
not
gonna say
underground.
it'd be weird if it was an observatory that didn't look at the stars that did have a star chart. That'd be strange indeed. Strange indeed.
A little bit. But maybe your friend does know.
Possibly. We'll ask him. Okay. Yeah, Nordo and Gale, are you guys gonna try to do a plan?
Yeah, I grab Fiero as if I'm like grabbing a spider off of his back or something, and I just throw it into the river. And then Fiero will take off and he'll spread his little spider wings and fly to the underside of the ship and cling to the bottom.
I hate this so much.
Okay, Mr.
Yeah,
fucking
actually, it's
disgusting ticks.
not as bad as the ticks.
Awful, like, zombie-inducing dragonfly
Yeah, there have been a lot of weird bugs in this campaign. Those spiders were
Yeah.
technically bugs.
Yeah, you can fuck right off.
Yeah, why am I
So-
doing this to myself?
We're in a
Is this a
Thracian
secret
city.
fetish?
That is very inappropriate.
Fair. Alright. Flick, at some point you do remember that the name of the place is the Sunken Observatory of Isamalia.
Oh, yeah, I wrote that down, and I'm an idiot.
You've already rolled for it, so I'll give it to you.
It's in my journal, so I should know that. I put it down. I wrote it down this time, so it wouldn't. Oh,
You should also just pull out your notes and say, I too wrote it in my notes.
I did. Here, I'm starting to keep this notebook because my memory is getting real shitty lately.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, the full name of the observatory I'm looking for is the Sunken Observatory of Isamalia.
Oh, okay. Isamalia. I recognize that name. There's a swamp. A swamp down this river, like, I don't know, a day or two, or maybe something like that. It's called the Isamalia Swamp. It's probably there.
Oh, that does help a lot.
But more and more will know
Man,
more.
remembering these details is good. I like this.
Yeah, probably a good idea, especially if you're all professional people that go do things that you don't know what you're doing, like I am. Anyway,
Yep.
I'll show you the way. My friend will know how to get there safely. And she kind of starts doing this overly enthused, almost skipping, heading back in the direction that you guys came towards your ship. Constantly, like, she just does not shut up about, oh, this building, this used to be probably somewhere where a lot of people slept. Because even though none of it survived, we found these conditions that are ventilated like this, and that probably means that there were this many people at this time. And there's also sediment that suggests this and this and this, and she just goes on and on and on about what she knows about these ruins.
As an anthropologist, I'm extremely interested in everything she's saying.
I was going to say, like,
Same.
she is genuinely interested, and some of you might be as well. I don't have all of
I
it
can't
written out,
talk.
but...
But, like, I'm listening.
let me, by the way, it's not going to make a huge difference, but just to make it official, let me get a stealth check for Fiero.
Oh, I thought it was a 22.
Right. Like, ooh, sneaky.
That's me.
You-
Sorry.
Do you guidance Fiero before anything?
Sure. I can
You can
cast guidance on him.
bring him
through
back in and do it. Oh, yeah, that works too. He can just touch himself.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
holy Moses. Okay.
That's a stealthy spider.
You got-
Flying spider.
Yeah, you got yourself
Flying spider.
a Class A stowaway.
You know how you're trying to like catch a spider and get it out of your house or
Oh,
squish
no.
it and it vanishes and you have no clue where the fuck it went? That's the spider right now. Just
But
poof.
now imagine that it can also fly.
See, that makes it immensely worse. Why did
He
you
went-
know?
It
Roach
went under somebody's pillow, and then they lifted the pillow, and
No!
it wasn't
No!
Ah!
That's terrifying. Stop
God.
Captain.
it. Anyway,
And little,
or go ahead.
and little dragon, we can use that to track this ship after it leaves. Is that right?
Well, technically,
Fiero took the
No.
pearl, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we can't track the pearl.
That's true.
No.
Technically, he can't communicate with me unless I'm within 100 feet of him. But he can, follow them, and then whenever we are ready to leave, he can come back and tell us where they're going, and then we can follow them that way.
then we can beat them there. They're slow.
Yeah, slow, but I don't know how slow. I hate to be presumptuous and ask a favor, but would you all be on board with chasing this ship as it leaves Lavalfin and catching it before it gets too much further away?
I'm fine with that.
I hate
mean-
to delay your mission by even more, Flick. We've already gone out of the way while you were the one who got us through Salt Bowl to begin with, but
I mean, it's alright. You guys have helped me a lot, and it's not like the observatory is going anywhere, probably.
Well, there is a tower that has spider legs and walks around, apparently.
I don't like that at all, but let me get some information from this guy to make sure we get there alright, and then I'm fine delaying it a little bit. No problem.
I would appreciate that. I hate to be so pushy, but this is the first time I've ever had any kind of lead. I'd like to chase it down if I can.
Your mission's time sensitive, mine kind of is, but not really.
Yeah, we can wait for them to move away.
Hey, Lily.
Yeah.
Heard you say you were an adventurer. How do you want to be?
Yeah, I'm more of like an explorer or an archaeologist or an anthropologist. Sure, but those all count. They're types of adventurers, right?
The types. Are those the types of adventurers who would like to join us for a naval conflict in the skies?
Oh, man. Yeah, I could do that. Is fire okay?
Fire's okay as long as it hits the other ship.
Right, of course. I can
And not till
control
we
it,
get the
too.
folks off it.
Oh, right, of course. We wouldn't want to hurt those people. Although, some of them are fire newts, and they'll be okay, but maybe not all of them are. Good thing.
Well, if the fire crashes the ship, I don't think any of them will be alright.
That's a very good point. Good point.
I'm starting to wonder if I'm going to regret that question.
We will have a new friend.
You're good at undercommon. That's actually very fluent. We are going to wrap up soon, but we're going to end on a weird note. As you guys kind of head down, following Lily, towards Moramora, who's going to try to help explain where this observatory is, you eventually find yourselves a little bit, probably maybe halfway back to where your ship was. Heading south. Until you get to a bridge about 200 feet above the river at this point. And she's like, okay, it's just around this corner. And let me pull her over. Yeah, it's that turtle gator you guys passed before.
We passed one before. Oh yeah. You
I
mentioned
just didn't
the
notice
turtle.
at all.
Yeah, you mentioned the giant turtle with a crocodile head.
Where
Did
do I
we-
get one as a mount?
Right? Can we buy it?
How much is it total?
Well, you can probably go negotiate with them, maybe. Who knows?
No, I mean, like, is it a turtle gator or is it like a turtle gator?
It's a
Is it,
turtle
like
gator.
half turtle?
Oh, no, it's half
Got
turtle.
it.
It's like a snapping turtle alligator, but an actual alligator instead of a snapping turtle alligator.
Oh, it's sick. I didn't
Is
even notice.
It's an animal, right? It's not like humanoid.
Right. It is an animal, yes.
Okay. How much to purchase your majestic beast?
Would you accept these fingers?
I already sold my golden fingers. I have part of a golden bicep.
You walk up to them and you just like start offering them, and they glance down at you for just like a brief moment and keep going. They pay you no mind at all. And Lily's like, oh, they don't speak like common. They only speak their own language and then telepathy. But like I said, they don't do telepathy because they're afraid of setting off whatever that sky diamond thing is.
Oh.
So, like, if you want to talk to them, you generally have to go deep into their caves where they're not afraid to use their telepathy, and then you make deals with them. But, you know, mostly all they have are minerals and magic stones and things that they get from underground, and sometimes the thing that they hunt and they bring back. But honestly, the lizard folk are better hunter, and we're even better than they are. And who wants a bunch of old rocks anyway, except for the lizard folk to do their weird magic things?
Yeah, they have magic stones here? Interesting.
Yeah, the 3 crane. They mine them up sometimes. They don't use them very much. They usually give them to the lizard folk for, like, food and stuff.
Guys, we shouldn't have sold all the crab. We should have just traded it for magic stones.
Anyway, this is the spot. Come here, let's go see if Mora is here. And she kind of wraps around, and and you can see that there's just this big open front where there probably used to be something, but now there isn't. So it's like just walking into the wall of the building. And you can see that it is old, it's ruined. There's bits of stone that have been kind of collapsed. And there's a little passageway that seems to go back into a hall. And there's a couple of other Wilden people here, some of which are wearing clothing that is very modern like her, and some of which are a little more indigenous. But she kind of greets them all by these names in Sylvan. And is like, where's Mora? Is he here? And one of them's like, I think he might be in the back, but you'd have to check. And she's like, come on in, guys, let's go. And she starts going towards the back here. And Nomad, as soon as you set foot on the stone of this building, there is this rumbling noise that immediately begins all around you in this building, and from some of the stone around you and beneath you in the bridge. And there's this loud, resounding boing noise that seems to just resonate kind of from the bridge and also from the water around you. And she stops, and she turns around, and she looks, and everybody else kind of looks around. They're looking real confused. And there's the sound of churning water from behind you. And she's like, oh, what's going on? What is this? What is this? And she runs back up to go see what's going on. And outside, you can see that these 3 cream abandon their turtle gator and start running into the nearest building. Nobody else seems to run. There's a couple fire newts that are just kind of looking suspiciously. But you
I
can
take
see...
note and I run into the building. Me specifically. Oh, my telepathy.
Okay. Those of you who don't, notice that there is water churning down in here, down in this circular area. And rising up out of it, you see this little spire of the same material, this like chrome reflective metal that rises up and up and up out of the water. 10 feet, and then 50 feet, and then 100 feet. And now it looks like this really tall pyramid, maybe? Or like a tall teardrop of some sort. And then it just keeps rising until it is at the level of the bridge, and then it goes up for probably another 60 or 70 feet. And then everything kind of goes quiet for a second, and you can hear water that is dripping down the side of this thing, splashing down into the river. And everything goes kind of quiet. This turtle gator doesn't know what to do, but he's sick, so he just kind of goes over here. And at this point, a couple of the 3 crane kind of like pop their heads out to look, and so it's like, this is the greatest thing. What is this? Is this part of the city? Is this an outsider? Did you guys do this? Is this yours?
It's not ours.
Did they speak off? But in the really raspy voice.
Do you come back out, Nomad?
I peek.
You peek your head around the corner, you don't see shit.
There is nothing out here. What
Do
is
I
there?
see something? I'm like on his shoulder still.
Yeah, you see
Well,
it. You see it just fine.
On my front.
Everyone but Nomad sees it just fine.
Nomad, let's go back inside right now.
What is everyone looking at?
Inside right now.
As you guys turn around to go
Going
back
in.
inside, there is a clap, and then a clap, and then the sound of these metal shutters opening. Several circular openings appear along one side of this tall pyramid-like shape. And you watch as orbs, just like the ones that you had spotted once or twice before, fly out of those holes, begin to hover around like buzzing insects for a brief moment, and then a bunch of them just fall down into the water with kind of like this lifeless dead energy, like they've just failed or something. But then a few more pop out, and they continue to swarm around in this circular pattern, eventually forming this very precise flying formation, this group of 6. And they begin kind of doing this sweep across the bridge, and then you watch more come out. About half of them just immediately fail and fall into the river, but a few of the ones that remain form another search party, and they start going up and down the bridge here. And then you watch as these two seams along one side of it split, and they draw down a bridge that crosses over onto the stone bridge. And out from that bridge come several more metal shapes. Some of them are kind of like long and worm-like, but they're kind of spirally like screws, or like those weird, what are they, rigatoni? Whatever the noodles are that are like screw-shaped? I don't know what, I'm not a spaghetti
Yeah, it's rigatoni.
Rigatoni.
Yeah, okay.
And they are accompanied by a couple larger ones that have these 5 geometric blocky legs, almost like stalkers from StarCraft, that just look like kind of like starfish or something. And every single one of these is just this basic primitive shape made of this very reflective metallic chrome. And then there is a beeping noise from one of the like. And you see there is a beam of blue light that suddenly shines in the direction of the building where and flies towards that building. And that is where we'll pick up next week.
Oh boy.
No one but us. Very keen here.
Look, there's like a fucking UFO in this place. What is happening?
Aliens.
Ancient
Guys.
aliens.
Oh man, Lilavavia, whatever her name is, she's gonna have the heyday today.
Next session is going to be so good. We're going to fight aliens, and then we're going to have a mid-air airship battle.
Oh
Right.
god. Can we take their airship? Can we take the alien ship?
Let's take
Oh
the
my
alien
God.
ship out to fight the airship.
Can
What
we
does
have a
this campaign
spaceship?
become?
Yeah. Can we upgrade from our ship to the alien ship?
Fuck airships. I want a UFO.
I like that Gale has taken the turtle game.
Yes.
I love it. It's ours now.
Gale, give me an animal handling check.
Question: can I assist him?
Sure, if you want.
Oh, great. I will guide myself.
14? 2?
16.
I'm just gonna roll my new character. Gale, you guys come back, and Gale, all that's left is the peg leg. And Toto
Okay,
comes
Nordo's
out with
helping.
this Turtle gator.
Get the advantage.
Gale is about to get himself eaten by this thing, but the Nordo's like, oh no, wrong end. You want to approach from this end. And kind of pulls him around to the side and shows how to, like, approach a turtle gator without getting eaten. And, you know, it's sickly. It's not in good shape, and you're kind of able to just, like, calm it down a little bit. At least to the point where it doesn't eat you and leave only your peg leg.
Oh, good, because those stats are terrible.
Those are terrible
Those were
stats.
terrible stats.
It's
I don't know if they're
sickly,
terrible.
okay? Oh, that's yours. I thought that's a turtle gator stat.